Alrighty. Whew. Not quite as bad as I thought it was going to be. Slightly behind schedule, but only by a couple minutes. We're here. So, hello people, and those that want to identify as something other than people. Hey, I'm not going to tell you what you should be. What do you mean no sound? That's on YouTube. What do you mean no sound on YouTube? I just had you a moment ago. Alrighty. Apparently somebody's deciding to troll me already. How dare they? Lol. Anyway, yes. Tonight we finally get to go through Saviors of Kamigawa. I think Kamigawa got... I think if the Kamigawa block had been... had not been stuck where it was. You know, stuck between Mirrodin, you know, the original Mirrodin block, which was very strong and very powerful. The original Mirrodin block was really strong. Then you got the original trip to Ravnica, which a lot of people really enjoyed for many reasons. Not which... Let me see if I can fix this section over here. Not least of which was the fact that it was, you know, very heavily multicolored, but with that looks better, with an actual reason for being multicolored. Like, you had sets like Invasion, which were multicolored, but I didn't feel like there was a reason per se for, like, white green, for example, didn't have, or at least to me, it didn't feel like it had a specific identity other than what does white green, what does white do, what does green do. I didn't feel like, you know, red blue had a feeling like had a reason for existing other than what does red do, what does what does red do, what does blue do. You didn't play. You played colors because the individual colors were good and the individual cards were good, not because the color pair did anything specific for you. And then when we got to the first trip to Ravnica, every color pair had a reason. And so I think that's part of what made people gravitate more towards Ravnica. And to be fair, what does make people gravitate towards more Ravnica more so than other sets is because every color pair exists. Every color pair has a reason, has a meaning, has a feeling. Let's see if that's any better. Yeah, better. Good enough. You play the color pair because you identify with Izzet or Golgari or Selesnya or Rakdos or whatever. You identify with not just the color pair, but what the philosophy. And so and then you get I will have to look at that later. So, but then you get, and so there's the power level that you get from Mirrodin, and there's the identities that you get out of Ravnica. And Kamigawa was in the middle of the two, and I think that's part of the reason why it's it's lower on the scale of sets that people enjoyed, unless you specifically enjoy it for the flavor level. You know, unless there's something in the flavor that specifically appeals to you, you just it people just kind of meh at that point, and you're stuck between two really, two really strong blocks in that, in that context. One due to power, one due to giving cards a reason to exist. And this didn't hit the kind of peaks that you have, and it didn't have the kind of identity that a lot of people were looking for. Um, and so I don't think it was. I don't think Kamigawa was a bad block. I think it got. I think in general it got a bad rap because of where it was placed. I think if Kamigawa had been placed uh, during a different time frame, it might have been. It might have pulled out better. That being said, we're now at the third set of block. This is where this is the cleanup phase, or this is if you pay attention to basketball, this is where they're batting cleanup. P.S. I live in the Toronto area, and the Toronto Blue Jays have apparently made it to the World Series, which some people are going to chuckle about the idea of calling it a World Series, considering that realistically it's the American League versus the National League. But I mean, bad choice of name aside, I think this is the first time making it to a World Series in in over 30 years. So we got to give them credit there. Now, if the Toronto Maple Leafs can manage to make it to, the Stanley Cup, for the first time since what, the 60s, it might be, I think, well, the 60s since they last won. I don't remember when the last time they made the finals was. Damn it! Why are you throwing me these distractions, people? When did the Leafs last make it to go away to Stanley Cup Finals? Last appearance in the finals. Wow. The last time they made it to the finals was 1967. Good Lord. I wasn't born yet. I feel old. I wasn't born yet. That's kind of saying something. Anyway, Be that as it may. Cards for Commander decks. Let's start off with white. I already have this already organized, set up. 30 cards. Yeah, we're still only doing 3 rows, I think, tonight for each color. Descendant of Kiyomaru. I forget what the internal name for this mechanic was. I think wisdom was the name for having a lot of cards, like the I think that was like the internal name for having a lot of cards in hand. Like a lot of cards in this block cared if you had like 7 or more cards in hand, for example. And Descendant of Kiyomaru, it doesn't care that you have 7 or more cards, but it cares that you have more cards than anybody else. So this is a 3 mana 2/3, which is not terrible. I wouldn't rate it high, but it's not, it is serviceable for the cost. And if you've got more cards than anybody else, it gets +1/+2, which suddenly makes it into a 3/5, which is really good. And kind of triggered lifelink. It's not the same thing. But whenever it deals combat damage, you gain 3 life, which meshes with the fact that it's got 3 power. I mean, I might have turned around and said you gain that much life, but they may have wanted to specifically restrict it to, you know, you're getting the power boost from its own size. You're getting the power boost from its own size, not from any enhancements that it has. What is going on here? Okay. Sorry, I just got a weird thing come up on the Twitch side. This is what happens when you stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Might have been easier to just pick one than upload to the other, but yeah, whatever. I found I can do 2. I'm doing 2. Shrug. And so it may have been a matter of, no, I want you to gain life based on what you inherently are, not due to any equipment that you have or something that somebody's thrown at you or whatever. That does also mean that if it suddenly becomes a 1/1 till end of turn, you're still going to gain 3 life. So that's an interesting way of looking at it. I mean, personally, I don't have an issue with this card. I think this is, and remember, when I say I don't have an issue with this card, or I'd have no problem with somebody playing this card. This is never the, point at somebody and go, aha. No, this is a card that people don't play. But if you can find a reason for playing it, by all means. This looks like a card that would make sense somewhere. It's not lifelink. It's not even the triggered version of lifelink because lifelink used to be a triggered ability. And eventually what happened... Let me pull out the first creature I ever remember having. Basically triggered lifelink. So, this is the original printing of Al-Hajjaj. You gain 1 point for every point of damage Al-Hajjaj inflicts. Eventually, they turned around and did, swapped it over to 4th edition. It was a lot more cumbersomely worded. You know what? I do not see a reason why El Hajjaj, because the printing, the actual physical text on it, I'm going to make a note of that. El Start off with El Hajjaj. But nothing here suggests that it should be triggered, even when they updated it to 4th edition. Weird. But anyway, yeah, it used to be. Oh, yeah, it used to be a. I know it's a good place to go. Spirit Link. For every point of damage target creature does, you gain 1 life. Fifth edition. For each 1 damage enchant creature deals, gain 1 life. 6th edition. Updated the wording to make it actually a triggered ability. And you can make an argument that, well, previous versions said it was, it felt like it should have been a static ability or whatever. But Oracle, what they had been using, they basically took a look at what is the most common version of the card that gets, that's out there. And 6th edition, 7th edition, 8th edition all have it as a triggered ability. So therefore, this is written as a triggered ability. That's how Spirit Link, even though versions prior to that don't feel triggered. That's how they figure out what should the Oracle text on a card be. What is the most common, basically what's the most common version of the text that you'll popularly see? What do the most recent sets say? That's what Oracle is for. Let's take the most recent sets that it's printed under, and if it was last printed and revised, we'll go with what it says in revised. And if it was last in, Unlimited or Legends or whatever, we'll go with what it says there. And we'll take a look at how the rules work during that point and try and figure out how best to emulate that card under those circumstances with modern technology. They try incredibly hard to minimally change the card. And El Hajjaj does not look like it should have a triggered ability. El Hajjaj may have got that from like a wording update in 6th edition or something like that, but the actual card looks like it should say lifelink nowadays. it does not say anything that suggests a trigger at all. And playing during revised, there was nothing to me that suggested that. I mean, it could be interpreted as a triggered ability, but maybe not. So I'm going to ask about that one. Anyway, um, yeah, right. So lifelink used to be a triggered ability, or what we consider lifelink. It used to be a triggered ability, and it would be written out even if we disagree with Al Hajjaj. It basically says, whenever it steals damage, you gain that much life. That's what the Oracle text says. And so during the point of Kamigawa, and ignore Kamigawa. If I mean Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, I almost always say Neon Dynasty. I generally refer to the set in general as Neon Dynasty, not Kamigawa. Not because it doesn't, there's no, I don't feel it doesn't belong there. I just need a way to distinguish it from the other Kamigawa sets. So when somebody's referring to Ravnica, for example, I'm like, okay, which one? Ravnica City of Guilds and the other two in the block. Return to Ravnica and the other two in the block. Guilds of Ravnica and the other 1.5 in the block. Ravnica Remastered. Etc. etc. Yeah. Rabbit Hole, hi. How you doing? No, you stay there. So yeah, Kamigawa, I just refer to it as Neon Dynasty because it's also got a very different feel to it. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Or maybe it is. But yeah, Descendant of Kiyomaru, I have no problem with this card. I think this is a good card. It's just, can you find a place where this makes sense to play it? The weird thing about this is you want to play this in a deck that is going to give you more cards than other people. So if you're going to build with a card like this, you may be looking at a card like Armistice. And Armistice is not a card that comes up often. However, it's one of the few cards that allows, it's one of the few specifically white cards that you can just pump mana into it and draw cards. Blue gets that as a matter of course. Black gets that, yeah, not too bad. Red, you might have to jump through some hoops, but you can find a way. Green, it's probably built into a creature or something creature based somehow. White, white's got card draw, but historically not been easy. Over the last, we'll say the last 5 years, since COVID anyway, white's got a lot better at card drawing. But if you just want pure, straight, unadulterated card draw, Armistice is probably your best option. And, it's going to be $1 rare. Even, the Mercadian Masks printing is, 50 cents. But, if you've got a deck of that kind of nature, or, heaven forbid, you decide, something I might actually consider doing at some point is taking my mono blue, take me down to Cantrip City deck, which is, nothing but commons. And build not necessarily a white version, but build a version of this deck. Hello? You should be loaded by now already. Hello? Um, why is my internet acting weird? I hope it's not the internet acting weird. There you go. No idea what happened there, but okay. This is a deck based on... Like, the funny thing about this deck is, once I hit 3 lands, I'm good. Because so many of these cards are here to draw more cards. Like, I think about literally about half the deck draws cards one way or another. Comes into play, draws a card. Leaves play or dies, draws a card. Drawing cards as an activated ability. Something. Hey, by the way, how much card draw can I get out of this? The answer is yes. I kind of want to do a mono white version of that, although I wouldn't be playing. I wouldn't go to strictly commons for that because it's a lot harder for white to draw cards. But I might end up getting some like like there's cards like Revitalize that are like one white, one other, instant, gain 3 life, draw a card. That have seen standard play because it's a white card that draws a card with a not terrible ability because when you're playing standard, aggro is a thing you got to worry about. I kind of want to build a deck based around that. And if I'm building a deck around that, Descendant of Kiyomaru is going in. That's also the kind of deck where I want Book of Wrath. What? Well, if I'm playing mono white, and I'm drawing a bunch of cards, I'm probably gaining a bunch of life, and those will give me more life to draw more cards with Book of Wrath. So yeah, I can see uses for it. Shannon of Stars Light. I believe this is the first set that invoked channel. You know what? Oh, channel. Not reprint. Order. Release. Direction. Ascending. I think that's right. Yeah. This is the first set to give us channel. We did not get anything with channel after that until we hit Modern Horizons 2. We did not get anything until we hit MH2. And then Neon Dynasty gave us more. Wow. It's literally been Neon Dynasty, Saviors of Kamigawa, yeah, and like one or two, and like a card in Modern Horizons. So this is the first time we've seen channel, which explains why certain cards are costed the way they are. Because again, this is the first time we've seen it. However, this was a spin on cycling, whereas cycling here the major difference when people say everything is just cycling, what they really mean is everything is just channel. What? Cycling came first, had been used in a couple of sets already, and then channel came out. But channel is the more basic idea. Channel. Pay some card, discard this card, get some effect. That's channel. Cycling is a subset of that, where the get some effect is just draw a card. So channel came first. Cycling came first. Channel is the more broad version of that, where you can do more than just draw a card. So they already got how cycling works. More or less figured out. They've already had an Urza block. They already had it in Onslaught block, and they got the idea of how that works. Now all they had to do was expand that to, well, if that's what it costs to draw a card, what other effects can we put on it that would make sense for something like this? So, Shinnin of Stars Late. 3 mana for a 2/1 with first strike. I mean, at that point, my brain's like, that should be a 2 mana card. Even at common, that should be a 2 mana card. But it has an option. And so it was not unusual for, oh, well, if it's got another option, we'll make it cost slightly more. So now it costs 3, which makes sense. I don't like it, but it makes sense. Nowadays, you cut a mana off the base cost, you're fine. Channel. Pay white +1 and discard this. Target creature gains first strike till end of turn. That doesn't sound amazing until you realize using channel, this is activating an ability of a card in your hand. This is not casting a spell. So suddenly, this is a lot harder to counteract. You need something that can specifically counteract an activated ability. Oh. Oh, really? Yes, really. So start off with that concept. And now this becomes a little more interesting. I still think it's overcosted. But this is also, me looking at a card that was produced 20 years ago. I think at that point you probably still could have cut a mana off the base cost and people would have been fine with it. As such, it's basically you would want it for limited. 3 mana, 2 power, first strike creature in limited is fine. But beyond that, you don't really want that. But if you're playing Commander, okay, I'm playing Commander, I'm playing Spirit Tribal. Giving a creature first strike, just suddenly going, hey, by the way, give a creature first strike till end of turn, can be a big difference. I've got a 5 power spirit on the board because, it's a decent sized body and I've got a couple of lords in play. Lords of any, for any given creature type, generally gave +1/+1 and some other ability. The the typical assumption would be cards like Goblin King or Murph, Lord of Atlantis, where Goblin King gave all goblins +1/+1 in Mountain Walk. Lord of Atlantis gave all merfolk +1/+1 in Island Walk. Stuff of that kind of nature was where the idea came from. And so, maybe you've got a 3-power spirit out and a couple of lords. And you're getting blocked by a 5/5 dragon. Well, that's annoying. Pay 2, give this first strike till end of turn. By the way, because this is a spirit, and this is the other thing to keep in mind about this. This is a spirit. This set specifically had Soulshift. You can find a creature with Soulshift 3, which means when it dies, you get the creature with, you get a spirit that costs 3 mana or less back to your hand. Sort by mana value. So you're probably looking at a 4-drop. Oh, look. This entire row has got Soulshift to 3. So does Moonlit Strider, which is not a terrible creature on its own. So does it. So basically, you have 6 options for Soulshift 3. 1 in green, 3 in white, and 2 in black. Also, Soulshift 4, like you can get, like Soulshift 4 can get you back something that's 3, can get you back something that's 4 or less. So you can waste Soulshift by using a Soulshift 4. Actually, I might go with Torii Watchword for something like that. That is a reasonable, like, 4 mana creature. That is a reasonable 4 mana creature that you can. I would be okay playing Torii Watchword. I could feel comfortable playing that. And then, oh no, I have to get back something that's 4 or less. Okay, I'll get back this. I don't have another option that I want. So Shinana Stars Light, again, it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. I would generally prefer something that would give all my creatures first strike. But if you have it in your deck, literally as a combat trick, sometimes that will save you. But I would generally prefer something that's like something that gives all your creatures first strike. Again, hello, Chroma's Memorial, etc. Actually, the white archetype of, is it Courage? Yeah, Courage. Same mana cost as the Shin'en. 1 white more than channeling it. But all your creatures get first strike, and your opponent's creatures can't have, can never get first strike until they get rid of this guy. Sure, he's a human soldier. This might be one of the few times they'll let let a human mingle with the spirits. Moonwing Moth. I see this card and my brain goes, oh, toughness matters. What? Toughness matters. Imagine trying to build a mono white toughness matters deck. I don't know if that's possible. I know you can get it down to 2 colors. You might be able to get it down to mono white. And if that's the case, and we're talking including a relevant general. Yes, yes, you can. You have three options. You have three options. This is great. If you don't want to muck around with anything, you play Rasad and Bashir and go from there. Oh, wow. I want to build. Okay. God damn it. Come here, ducks in progress. Whoops. What's his name? Rasad, Rasad or Rashad? Rasad. Oh no, that's right. Wow. In Bashir. God damn it, Tomer, what'd you do now? So yeah, Moonwing Moth going out of that deck and just pump its toughness, to the moon and just having fun with that. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Terry Watchword. I was literally just talking about this. 5 mana, 3/3 vigilance is not bad. You are looking at a common. You know, if this was higher rarity, it would probably be 2 white plus 2. 1 white plus 4. Okay, yeah, fine. 3/3 with vigilance is a decent body. When it dies, you get a spirit with mana value 4 or less back from your graveyard to your hand. Again, I'm going to keep mentioning this. Probably, I'll probably be in like stuff that's in standard by the time I stop. If it refers to a creature type, anything that's got changeling has all creature types, therefore is affected. The first card I see that's got changeling, um, this is often, especially since I'm looking at white cards, this is the first card that specifically goes to my brain as going, hey, by the way, thunk. What? You have all creature types. This thing is insane. You pump like 6 mana into its ability, and suddenly all your creatures have base power and toughness 6/6 till end of turn. Whatever is in the bottom right corner, replace that with 6/6. You've got a bunch of extra mana. You've got like 12 random extra mana floating around. Cool. They're all 12/12 as a starting point. Why is Mirror Entity stuck in my head so much? Because it's got one other neat trick. Your opponent goes, hey, I'm going to exile all creatures. Okay. In response, if they're just exiling creatures and leaving graveyards alone, in response, Mirror Entity activate for 0. Everything has in the bottom right corner 0/0. that means that unless there's something else keeping them alive, they're going to go straight to your graveyard. But that means they die. They don't get exiled, which gives you an easier way to potentially get them back and go on, and keep going from there. Actually, you do that. Tory Watchword will turn around and go, oh, I'm dead now. Thunk. Goes into play the same time as everything else. Its Soulshift ability will trigger because it's when this creature dies. You'll see the mirror entity in the bin and go, hey, buddy, you ready for a second round? Eternity Tower. Eternity Elevator. Sorry, I'm just seeing this now. Eternity Elevator. What are you? I apologize, Mike. You said Eternity Elevator, and I'm like, okay, what is he referring to here? Assuming you're he and I'm not having a brain fart. Oh, yeah. I get it, yeah. Oh, look. You can activate its last ability when it's got 20 or more counters on it. So you go, tap everything I've got as a 2020, or, to start off with. Yep, that is quite a valid option. Not silly at all, am I right? I think I might want one of those for for my mono baron control deck. Just to be like, it starts off as like a colorless. Starts off as a colorless Gilded Lotus. And then at some point you just go, hey, by the way, I'm going to tap this for, tap this for 20 now. What? But yeah, Tory Watchword, again, Tory Watchword is it's like in and of itself, it's okay. If like in a Soulshift deck, it's good enough. It's better in my opinion than a lot of the other Soulshift 4 cards that I saw. And definitely better than some of the Soulshift 3s. Like enough higher that it's actually worth considering it over some of the Soulshift 3s. You know, uh, it's again, it's not a great card. It does have the fact that it's got vigilance and it's a spirit. So any sort of spirit shenanigans you got going on, if you're playing Soulshift, you have to be playing enough spirits to make it worthwhile. It's I think if I'm going for like if I'm going for a spirit deck, but I'm not going like hardcore, you know, smash your face in spirits, and I want something that's willing to play a longer game. I might put Tory Watchword in a deck like that. Presence of the Wise. again, I'll bring up the two different types of life gain decks that you want. You want the two types basically being um, do I care, like assuming you're going to gain 10 life, does my deck want me to gain 10 life at once now, or 10 instances of gain 1 life? And that's two very completely different things, and leads you to two very different types of deck building for the same question. If I'm gaining 10 life at once, what I really want is a decent sized or a decent costed way to gain a bunch of life at once, and an effect like Sunbond. Sunbond might make it into the other deck as well. But if I've got 10 instances of gain 1 life, then I definitely want a Johnny's Pride Mate. And a Johnny's Pride Mate is whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on this creature. If I'm gaining 10 life at once, he's getting 1 counter. If I've got 10 instances of gain 1 life, he's getting 10 +1/+1 counters. So he suddenly goes from a 2/2 to a 12/12. Big difference between the two ideas you have in mind in gaining life. What are you looking for? The reason I bring that up is now you look at Presence of the Wise. In a bad position, you're going to cast this when you've got 2 other cards in hand. That's if you're in a bad position. You're going to cast this when you've only got 2 other cards in hand. So you will gain 4 life. At that point, that's to me roughly 3 to 4 life is roughly the borderline in my brain of what's the most amount of life I want to be gaining per instance for I want a bunch of triggers. And like the bottom end of what's the lowest amount of life I want to gain per instance for a deck where I'm gaining chunks of life. This is about the straddling between the two. Realistically, I expect to cast this when I've got at least 4 other cards in hand. Well, if that's the case, I'm casting 1 spell and gaining 8 life. Casting 1 spell and gaining 8 life. Not unrealistically more, depending on how you build your deck. You're playing this in a deck that's got effects like Sunbond and, other similar effects that care about, that want you to gain a large chunk of life at a time. I mean, the other thing is then you've got, because keep in mind, there's also effects that just want you to have gained life and don't care one way or the other how you gain it. Book of Wrath is one of those cards that want you to have a higher life total, and they don't care if you gain it bit by bit or a chunk at once. So you can put those into either deck. And but Presence of the Wise, I see this as the card that goes into I want to gain in chunks and not I want to gain a bunch of instances. I see this as gaining not unreasonably 8 to 10 life at once. Problem is, how easily can you gain a chunk of life? Sort by color. Ancestor's Prophet. You can tap a bunch of clerics to gain 10 life. Feud Killer's Verdict. You just outright gain 10 life. And then possibly, not unlikely, get a 5/5 token. Heliod. If you sack it for any reason, you gain 10 life. Delusions of Mediocrity is a weird thing that wants you to, like, have it come into play, give it to somebody else, then return it back to your hand and keep going through a cycle. Soren's Vengeance. You're going to drain somebody for 10. Aria of Flame. Everybody else gains 10, but that's so that you basically, all your spells basically start getting Storm. Well, your instants and sorceries. Feed the Clan. If you have a creature power 10 or power 4 or greater, it's 2 mana to gain 10. This has got a kicker cost of gaining 10 life. Lathril. Lathril starts combo killing people with gaining 10 life. Terror of Vion's just 8 tap, gain 10. 8 tap, gain 10. 8 tap, gain 10. You can do this every turn. Everything in Thingamajig almost feels like it would be like you'd play it for the first 2 abilities and not the last one. But what are we looking at here? Like, you can do it for like 2 mana. But in a format like Commander, realistically, you're probably paying about 6 mana. I would say you are realistically paying at least 6 mana for it. Alright. At least 5 or 6 mana. So this being able to hit this when you've got a healthy number of cards in your hand, you should be like playing if you're playing basically a white version of my Cantrip City deck, crossbred with some kind of life gain shenanigans, this is going to gain you a bunch of life. Is that going to be enough to play it? I don't know. Does your deck need you to gain a bunch of life for a reason? Because keep in mind, if all the card does is gain you life, and the only reason for gaining life is to not die, is that slot better filled with a card that does something else? Is that slot better filled with a removal spell, a counter spell, a decent sized creature with lifelink? Which will not only deal damage to whatever creature it jumps in front of, absorbing and absorb some of the damage that's being dealt, but also gain you life in the process. So if you've got a 3/3 with lifelink, well, it can take 3 points of damage before it dies, and it'll be dealing 3 damage back. So it's going to, unless you've got a creature, unless it's blocking a creature with trample, it's at least going to net you the equivalent of 6 life. Is that a better option than Presence of the Wise? I can't answer that for you. You have to take a look at what your deck, the deck you're thinking of, wants to do, and go, what is the reason? What is the actual reason for this card being in here? And is this slot better served being something else? Pure intentions. The weird thing about pure intentions is it only cares if your opponent is making you discard. The biggest problem with pure intentions is it's one of those cards that you need to have before an effect that makes you sufficiently discard. So, since I can't remember the name of the other version at the moment, let's take Fugue. Target player discards 3 cards. It's okay. If I'm playing a discard deck, like this is like I don't want Mind Rot. If I'm playing Mind Rot, I want something that's going to affect everybody. If I'm looking for targeted, I want it to be worth playing. And making somebody discard 2 cards is just, it doesn't do enough. Which is why recently I brought up cards like Blightning. It's Mind Rot with with something else. Wrench Mind makes somebody discard 2 cards unless they discard an artifact for 2 black. Which I'm quite happy if they discard an artifact. Like, this is one of those cards where no matter which route they take, I'm happy. Fugue, if I'm looking for somebody just to discard a bunch of cards, Fugue is like the level that I want to start. I think it's 3, is it 3 Tragedies, the one I'm thinking of? Tragedies. Yeah, exact same card as Fugue, except it's also arcane. These Haunting Him. If you cast this during your main phase, then they discard 4 cards for 6 mana. If you're looking at making people discard a bunch of cards, I would be playing those. I would be running Pox, Death Cloud. I would not run Smallpox in a deck like that. It doesn't do what I'm looking for. Anything that makes makes your opponent discard a healthy number of cards. And then creatures that when they come into play or when they attack or when they deal damage or whatever, make your opponent discard cards. If I'm building for discard, that's how I want to build it. Cards like Thoughtseize and Duress and stuff like that, not worth it. Not worth it. those are cards that are good when you want to get particular cards or particular types of cards out of your opponent's hand. Not when you're just trying to like, no, 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 you can't have stuff. Thunk. But again, that's how I would build it. I'm not saying that's how you should build it. I'm saying that's how I would build it. On the other hand, Pure Intentions is one of those cards that I feel you only put in your deck when you put it in your deck basically as a metagame call. The group of players, like you're playing white, you know, you could be playing five color, you could be playing Naya, you could be playing Abzan, you could be playing, everything but blue, whatever. And you take a look at this and you go, I need I need something to protect me from having stuff discarded. I have somebody that I have to, I somebody in my group is commonly playing Wheel of Facts. So named because of cards like Wheel of Fortune, which make everyone, which makes everyone discard their hand and then draw seven. And for the kind of cards, for the kind of decks that we're talking about, a lot of that comes from the decks in question, like decks that run Wheel of. Holy cow! Sorry, I just saw how much it says it goes for. Wheel of Fortune. I remember that being like $20. Wow. Anyway, Wheel of Fortune, decks that play cards of this nature that affect everybody are going to take advantage that you're discarding your hand and you're drawing seven new cards. And they're going to run cards that care about one or the other or both. And commonly these decks are Grixis. Not always, but commonly these decks are Grixis. You could do it in Rakdos. The big reason they end up being in Grixis is because a lot of the cards that have this kind of effect are in red, and a lot of them are in blue. You could do it in less colors. It might be harder, but you could do it. And you would run cards like Megrim so that whenever a player discards a card, Megrim deals 2 to them. And you would run cards like Underworld Dreams, where whenever somebody draws a card outside the one they draw for turn, it deals a point of damage to them. So Shieldred the Apocalypse, for example. And if you've got Wheel of Fortune and Shieldred the Apocalypse, and your hand is pretty or empty, and you go, okay, Wheel of Fortune, I'll discard my last 2 cards. I'll draw 7, gain 14. You take 14, you take 14, you take 14. Or you do the other annoying bit, and you run Narset Parter of Veils, who basically turns around and says, oh, cool. Well, instead of you guys being able to draw a bunch of extra cards, I'm just going to turn around and say, no, you can't draw more than one card per turn. So you discard your hand, and it's like, no, no, you get to draw one, you get to draw one, you get to draw one. Yeah. That being said, if you've got somebody in your group who likes playing decks that involved wheel effects, and the thing is, unlike Wheel of Fortune, most wheels aren't actually expensive. Like, what's Reforge the Soul at now? $3 ish, because it costs 5 mana. Unless it happens to be the top card that you're about to draw for, this is like the first card I'm about to draw for a turn, and it's, hey, by the way, I cast it for 2 instead of 3 that Wheel of Fortune costs. Yeah. Yeah. It's a $3 card. So yeah, if you've got people playing decks like Nekusar um, or decks involving Narset Parter Avails and stuff of that nature, Pure Intentions is the sort of card where you start plugging that in if you expect to see those more often. If you don't, then it's not really worth playing it. It's one of those cards that you play because you expect people to be playing wheel effects or something similar. You know, you either expect them to play wheel or you expect them to play. I mean, you could count Siphon Mind, but yeah, just I wouldn't bother. Like honestly, I would run any of these cards over Pure Intentions. Pure Intentions again. It's very much a metagame call sort of card. Plow Through Reto. I like this card. I will point out it asks you to return planes to your hand. It doesn't say basic planes. So you can return things that, like anything that's a planes, like that has the planes type. Boom, boom. Are you one? Yes. Indatha Triome. You're like, well, I don't need it for mana. I've got plenty of mana now. I'll return Indatha Triome back to my hand and cycle it to draw an extra card. Yeah, that's an option people can do with it that constantly gets forgotten about. You have plenty of mana in play. You find a way to bounce it back to your hand and draw another card. Get that one more card deeper into your deck. um, and returning all these planes, that means your hand is now more full for effects like Presence of the Wise and Descendant of Kiyomaru. This is part of the reason why Sweep exists in this set, is because it, in the set, gives you a way to help make these other things better. In fact, Plow Through Reto, Descendant of Kiyomaru, he's a 3-mana creature. Okay. 3 mana. So you probably played him. Hypothetically, you played him on turn 3. So you probably have like 4 cards left in hand. You draw for turn. Plow Through Reto. You pick up all your planes. You pick up all 3 lands. And you're probably back to like 7 cards in hand. Probably have more cards in hand than anybody else. And then you go, hey, by the way, I'm going to swing for 3 from the descendant natively. I returned 3 lands. So I'm going to swing for 6 and gain 3 life. Oh, by the way, I'll play land for turn. What? Yeah. That's a nice little synergy, and I'm sure they planned that. And that's probably why they did things the way they did. Um, yeah, like anything that cares about how many cards you have in hand, a card like Plow Through Rato is going to, you know, like we're talking about. Oh, Plow Through Rato also will help with if you're building a deck based around anything along the lines of Land's Edge, Seismic Assault, that sort of thing, where you can pitch lanes to do stuff. Um, or anything where the number of cards in hand matters. Anything where having lands in hand specifically matters. You can also use this to trigger a catch-up ramp that Tomer from MTG Goldfish seems to really love. I might actually have to make a note about that for him. So yeah, I mean it does have utility. It's just a question, and never mind the fact that you can just if you throw this on like if your general has double strike, you can one shot somebody with this. Later in the game relatively easily. You know, you hit for like let's say 4 points of damage overall. Okay, now you gotta do an extra like what? 17 damage. Okay, well, if it's now at the point where it's got 3 power. So 17 double strike, so it's going to be 18 realistically. So if it's 3 power, you need to return 6 lands and you've just killed somebody. And even without that, returning on a 3 power creature, 21, 22, because double strike, it's going to be an even number. 22 cut in half is 11. So it has to be an 11 power creature. So if it's a 3 power to start, you need to return 8 lands. Just um Kitsune Boonsetter. I probably wouldn't bother. A, it only affects creatures. It's a lot of damage prevented to creatures, but A, it only protects creatures. It's not going to save your planeswalkers. It's not going to save you. B, you're playing white. Activate only if you have more cards in hand than each opponent. Again, cards with sweep help trigger that, but there's not a lot of cards with sweep. Wow. There are 2 in white, 1 in black, 1 in red. Because the other two are just part of the card name. There are these four here, and that's it. So you need to find other ways to activate that. And if you're in blue, you're looking at an effect that says returns, return land, oh, blue's got the moonfolk, like Uyo, Silent Prophet, and Maloku, Clouded Mirror, I think her name is, and a few other things that specifically want you to return lands to activate. Green, I don't remember having anything like that. Um, so you might be okay doing it in any color but green. But we're also looking at stuff that's specifically during Kamigawa. Um, yeah. I think if I want something to protect my general, which is really where this goes. No, it's like Eigenjo. Uh, yeah, Eigenjo Castle. White tap prevents the next 2 damage to be dealt to target legendary creature this turn. Is in my mana base. Would be, would be much more useful in general. And this is a 0/1 for a 3 mana. I'm like, no, just it's not enough. It's it's too small and too difficult to activate for too much, like for the kind of effect it gives. Eigenjo Free Riders. Do you know where Eigenjo Free Riders goes? This goes with cards that have common play abilities you want to continuously reuse. Um, as an example of this. Now, Eigenjo Free Riders wants you to return a white creature. But stuff of this nature, um, that, lets you, that has a useful to you come into play ability. Damn it. I've got an itch here. I don't know what's going on. Or alternatively, at least play trigger. There we go. Sort by mana value. Game paper, go away. Oh no. Like City Pigeon. You combine that with that, you're getting a food token every turn. Um, Ninth Bridge Patrol. Whatever you return is putting a +1. That interaction is putting a +1 counter on the patrol. When this leaves the battlefield, you gain life equal to the number of age counters on it. Cool, that works. Selfless Police Captain. Do that every turn and put a +1 counter on something. Avon Riftwatcher, when it enters or leaves, gain 2 life. Boreas Charger, when it leaves the battlefield. Okay, if an opponent's got more lands, you get to search for planes equal to the difference. Put 1 onto the battlefield tapped on the rest of your hand. That's cool. Flaming Fist Officer. Whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield. So basically the same trigger as the Ninth Bridge Patrol. It's 1 more mana for 2/2 instead of 1/1. Get the remaining citizens to safety. These miscreants have an appointment with my spear. I like that. Skyclave Apparition will keep eating. Oh, that's funny. Skyclave Apparition will keep eating creatures and leaving behind tokens. Vesperlark will keep bring back small creatures with power 1 or less. Oh, that's funny. Because it says power 1 or less, there are some really big, like really high costed, really inexpensive, really high costed, really small creatures. I think was it Tristani's Summoner? Yeah. She's a 7 mana 1/1 that comes in play with a 2/2 Vigilance, a 3/3, and a 4/4 Rhino. But she herself is a 7 mana 1/1. So, Vesperlark. And you can just keep sacking it and bring it back. When it leaves the battlefield, its owner creates a 1/1 white soldier. I don't think Yes Man will work. Aurelia's Vindicator. Willie's. Nope. Put a +1 counter on Meadow Boon would work. When it leaves the battlefield, put a +1 counter on each creature target player's controls. Reveillark. Same idea as Vesperlark. Takesha's Onulet. Gain life. Fear of Abduction basically keeps taking your opponent's creatures and putting them back in their hand. Angel of Serenity, when it leaves the battlefield, return. Yeah, same idea, but smaller. So, yeah, there's enough cards that you can actually make use of. Eigenjo free riders and just the returning stuff every turn. So, there are shenanigans you could do with that. Hey, Holly. Yeah, I think the most interesting thing I've seen with the free riders so far is um like you get stuff like Flaming Fist Rider and Ninth Bridge Patrol. The Revered Unicorn is funny. Yeah. You can gain you can continuously gain life. You've also got Skyclave Apparition to muck around with. And then you get Meadow Moon. Meadow Moon would be like the stronger version of Flaming Fist Officer. Um, Vesper Lark and Reveillark. If you really want to be silly, you can continuously bring back what's her name? Tristani's Summoner. Remember that Alicia deck I made when she was in Standard last? Alicia who smiles at death. Continues. No? Oh, that thing was great. Um, so let me pull up Alicia. So her back when she was in Fate Reforged. So we're going back a few years. It's 10 years ago. Jeepers age. Anyway, so when she attacks, you can pay 2 Orzhov mana to reanimate a creature power 2 or less, tapped and attacking. So, I had two big things. Well, I had a couple of things I like to reanimate. Um, I had Priest of the Bloodright, who I would regularly sack to something like Nantuko Husk, and it left behind a 5/5 demon. And it's the priest that has the life loss ability, not the demon. Well, if the priest is in the graveyard, I don't have to worry about losing life. I think I had a copy of Tristani's Summoner, who would leave behind 9 power worth of bodies, and is only a 1/1. Oh, yeah. And I had Hornet Queen. Which would leave behind 4 power worth of Flying Death Touch beasties to deal with. And I would just keep reanimating them with it. Yeah. And Alicia, I would pay 2 mana to get these bodies back. Which would leave behind 4, 5, 9 power worth of bodies. Yeah, no big deal. It's fine. And I had it was I think red, black, and green. I think I know. Yeah, because I also had like whatchamacallit, Elvish Mystic in there, and I had it because I like being. You probably remember this. I like being able to actually hardcast my threats in case things go wrong. But yeah, that was just it was basically Alicia Reanimator, and I didn't do well. That was the year that I went to London, and I did no testing with it, and I took it to a Grand Prix and went, "Hey, by the way, Thunk, I died so horribly, but I had at least one person that goes, okay, well, we agree that I win, but I want to see what your deck is trying to do. I want to see this thing." I'm like, okay. And half my mana base was the life gain lands. Um, half my mana base were these because I expected aggro to be a problem, and so I wanted enough. Having this in my deck would give me a reasonable cushion. Yes, they enter tapped, but it makes it easier to cast my spells. And oh, by the way, it hedges a bit against an aggro deck. And aggro decks back then were not nearly as annoying as aggro decks now. Because aggro decks now, I mean, when you could be dead before, before turn 4, yeah, that's... You should not be able to aggro that hard in Standard, in my opinion. But that's a me thing. Anyway. But yeah. Um, no, I see I can show free riders, and it's like the nastiest thing that you can bring back with it every turn, in my opinion, is Skyclave Apparition. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a 3/4 flyer for 4 mana. It's not terrible. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Every upkeep return a creature. Okay, fine. If you've got something like a Chroma's Memorial out, it also has haste, so you're attacking with it every turn. You're lightning bolting your opponent. Yeah, it costs you 3 mana, but you're lightning bolting your opponent. Because you just recast it every turn. Okay, shrug, no big deal. Kitsune Loon Lore Weaver. Again, this is one of those cards where you want to put it into a Toughness Matters deck. Realistically, you should be able to activate this when you've got like 4 cards in hand. Okay. 2 mana, this gets +0/+4 till end of turn. 0/1 dealing damage based on toughness. Okay. Yeah. Oh, look, this is a 2/5 till end of turn. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You do this twice, and then suddenly... You do this twice, and then suddenly it's like... Okay, I'm attacking with a 2/9. Well, toughness matters deck. Okay, I spent 4 mana. I'm attacking for 9 damage. Deal with it. I've decided because of what I'd seen already, I'm going to build a Rasadin Bashir deck uh to be a mono white toughness matters deck. And that was triggered because I've seen Moonwing Moth and I've seen enough other stuff that can do something similar. It's like, yeah, you're going in. Uh, Ghostlit Redeemer. If you want something that you can activate every turn to gain life, combo with a Reliquary Tear. I mean, so many cards combo with a Reliquary Tear. Um, but yeah, Ghostlit Redeemer. If you're building a deck that wants you to gain life every turn, and you want a consistent, I can gain life every turn. Like, my first step would be a card like Well-Wisher. Because you should be able to just tap, gain a life, maybe gain 2 life. And again, that's the kind of deck, this is the kind of deck where you care less about how much life am I gain per activation and more about how many activations can I get. And so you want a card like Well-Wisher, which is just simply tap, and Well-Wisher itself is an elf. Tap, gain a life for each elf on the battlefield, even if there's no other elves. Oh yeah, did you notice, Holly? Well-Wishers like $1.50 US for like the oldest versions. It's a random common, but it's like, where did you come from? That's originally from Commander 14. What's the secret lair drop look like? Oh, is that all? They just took the original and extended art at it. Cool. But yeah, it's like a couple of bucks now. So if you've got random copies floating around that you don't need, uh, it's one of those cards I'm pretty sure most LGSs have a use for. You know what? Let's look at you. Um, well, wisher. Okay, still have a few left. US dollar, $1.78. All right. Yeah, because the LGS that I typically deal with has been in the game a very long time and has a lot of backstock from like old sets. It's just hard to keep it all on inventory because we don't have it all. Like it's especially when it comes to stuff that's especially when it comes to stuff from before modern was created. Not the starting point of modern, but when modern was created as a format, which I think was 2011 or thereabouts. Um, anything that's there and earlier, we've there's like random backstock in like random places, and it's like they have to go through all of it to try and sort it all out, and it's just it will take a while. And largely when you're looking at like commons and uncommons. So if there's something that you're looking for, if you deal with that store, um, yeah, if you're looking for like a random common or uncommon, like Ghostlit Redeemer, and you don't see it, it shows up as, hey, we don't have any in stock. Message the store. Message the stores. Go, hey, by the way, we're looking for this. You don't have any on the inventory. Can you see if you guys have access? Can you see if you have any more? I'd really like some. Yeah, go there. Never hurts to contact, your LGS, especially if you know how they're set up. It never hurts message, contact your LGS and say, "Hey, look, there's this thing that I'm looking for. You say it's out of stock. Can you double check on this for me?" Just, you know, don't be pushy about it, obviously. Um, and obviously, if they're a newer store, it's not going to be as easy to, they're not going to have that source backstock. But if they're a store that's been around for a very long time, more than 20 years, I would say, there's there's a possibility they could have backstock somewhere that many of the staff don't have access to, et cetera, et cetera. So it doesn't hurt to ask, but also understand that it could take a while depending on how things are set up. It could take them a while to try and find it if they do have it. Especially if you're looking for something that's more than 20 years old. Anyway, all that being said, yeah, this is a sort of card where if I'm looking for something cheap and I want to be able to gain life on a regular basis, if I'm not running green, then I may be looking into Ghostlit Redeemer and what was the, there's the, is it Soul Mender I'm thinking of? Yeah, I would be looking at a card like Soul Mender first. But Ghostlit Redeemer would not be too far behind. Ideally, I want something with a just simple tap, gain some amount of life ability. But if I've only got like access to a couple of those, Ghostlit Redeemer I'm fine with. You know, white tap gain 2 life is perfectly serviceable to me in a deck like that. Charge Across the Rava. Again, the second sweep card out of the 4 that are in the set. Again, returning a number of planes. But creatures you control. This is basically Plow Through Reito for 5 mana, but affects all your creatures. And so, if you think about it, if you return 3 lands, your entire team gets +3/+3 till end of turn. Tell me that's not a big deal. You know, and this is the sort of thing you're going to want to play when you've already got, like, if you've got enough mana in play, especially if you've got enough, either you've already got enough alternate mana sources in play, Soul Rings, Signet, Mana Crypt if you're, you know, if you're a baller like that, etc. Um, uh, Sunseed Nurturer, you know, a card that people consistently forget exists. Yes, white actually has a mana creature. It's got a couple, but like, yeah. Sort by color. Codsworth, only for ores or equipment. Fairlight Priest filters mana. Jada, only for um only for angels. Heliodot can filter colorless mana into white if you want to do it that way. Sunseed Nurturer is the only native one that just gives mana, period. But it is a mana creature. Yeah, people forget about all sorts of interesting things. Yeah, Holly's been playing almost as long as I have, and she's like, "Oh crap, I forgot." Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember all sorts of weird things. But yeah, if you've got enough alternate mana sources and you care a bit less about your lands at that point, you're like, meh, I got 6 creatures in play. Swing. Blocks. Okay. Charge across the Araba. Pick up 3 lands. I'm dealing an extra 18 points of damage somehow. What? Yeah. 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 Oh yeah, Charge Across the Araba is one of those cards I think more people should play, but you do have to keep an eye on how you build your deck for it. Blue. Secret Keeper. Secret Keeper is a little bit like a blue descendant of Kiyomaru. I mean, it's not because blue has a descendant. But it's like as long as you have more cards in hand than each opponent, This goes from a 2/2, which is to a 4/4 flyer, which is pretty good. The problem is you end up with the typical, like, first of all, you're in blue, having more cards in hand than everybody else should be second nature to you. But for that, you get a 4/4 flyer for 4 mana. And I look and I'm just, but you should be able to get a 4/4 flyer straight up anyway. Like mana value equal 4, rarity less than rare, power equal 4, toughness equal 4, flying, ID equal white, color equal, or sorry, in blue. Game paper, go away. Breezekeeper, illusionary forces. Living Tsunami is really good. Side quest card collection. When it enters, draw 3, then discard 2. If there's any more cards in your graveyard, it becomes a 4/4 with crew 1. Okay. Comes to play. Draw 2, then discard a card. Wow, okay. Really? So for an uncommon, so for something lower than rare, Living Tsunami is the best one. But as soon as you go to rarity equal rare, Conundrum Sphinx, Curator of Mysteries, Sphinx of Foresight, Chissa you can use to combo with. And then for rarity greater than rare. Wait, really? That's it? Oh, because some of them aren't going to be 4/4s. They're going to be like 4/5s or whatever. Okay. 4/5s, 5/5s, 5/4s. I wonder. Peregrine 3. No, Peregrine. Yeah, toughness greater than 3. Mana value equal 4. Game paper. Go away. Sort by power descending. Two 5/5s, a 5/6. Decent number of 4/4s. And Aberrant Researcher is a 3/2 flyer that can transform into a 5/4 flyer. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's funny. You give somebody else an extra turn, but you get protection from you get protection from them. That's funny. Or you just cheated into play by some other means and have a 4 mana 5/5 flyer. Okay. Anyway, yeah, Secret Keeper. Yeah. Secret Keeper I'm still kinda met on. The other problem is it's so easy to get a 3/3 flyer for 4 mana straight up. And gang, you can get a 3/4 or a 4/3 flyer for 3 mana a few ways. Yeah, I just don't think this is. I don't think this is strong enough in general. Rushing Tide, Zubera. You need a way for this to. What's. Oh no. Is it equal treatment I'm thinking of? If a source would deal 1 or more damage. How dare you try and tell me to play red? I'm gonna Psionic Blast it. What's the matter with you? If 4 or more damage was dealt to it this turn. Oh! Oh, there's a funny idea. Um, type equipment. Oh, block any. What do you mean, no? Can block? There. Yeah, Purge is only going to deal 1. I could have sworn there was. I know there's an aura. I know there's multiple auras for it. What? What are you called? Oh, Avatar of Hope. Interesting. So what I really want is for something like that is Entangler. No wonder you're $7. You're an insane card. And it's really hard to find a card that does what I'm looking for. Oh, Entangler. This thing. It's over $7 US. Yeah, but it's not a cheap card. Know what? I suddenly wanted to what's in prophecy sorted by USD. Yeah. It is the fourth most expensive card in the set. Ristic Study, not a surprise there. It's 51, it's almost 52 US. Avatar of Woe makes sense being over $12. Overburden is interesting at $9. Then you hit Entangler at over $7. Yeah, but I mean, look at the cards that are like. Here's the thing. This is Prophecy. This is one of the most heavily derided sets in the game. Well, maybe I shouldn't say heavily derided set, but it's considered one of the worst sets in the game. And if you look at modern day pricing for this, it's like no, the pricing on a lot of these cards is actually, cards are actually worth something now. I mean, on average, it's only worth about $1 a card. But, if we take this and we compare it to, I don't know, what was the last set that didn't have over 9,000 printings of the same card? Let's go with the first original trip to Eldraine. So you're looking around $1.35 a card. The funny thing is, a huge chunk of the dollar per card is in Risk Study. 144.49 minus 51.74 equals 92.75 divided by 143. After that, it averages to 65 cents a card. That's doing some heavy carrying. Anyway. But yeah, Entangler, like I said, Entangler is like $7 a card. I'm going to have to look to see how many copies I have. Creatures. Should be the third one. Is that this one? Nope, be the last one. From stuff I've started sorting, I'm not seeing much already. We're looking for an ancient card. Nothing there. I know, I'm getting distracted. Deal with it. This is Entangler I'm looking for from Prophecy. Fortunately, being able to tell the difference between, old border and the newer border certainly helps. Being able to like flip through real quick. And so far, I am not seeing any. Oh, I got some Oblivion Rings. Not that it's a card that Cage meal. That thing was silly. Well, if I do, I'll have to check elsewhere. But that also means if it's a card that somebody at one of my LGSs needs. Man, it's still funny though being like having like four LGSs and a 10, within about a half mile of each other. uh anyway, but yeah, um Entangler is probably the easiest way to make Rushing Tide Zubera actually die from 4 damage. However, there are other ways. Um, this is one of my favorite ways. Find a way to make sure everyone has mountains in play, or enough people have mountains in play, and then just like burn everybody, burn the entire table, players included, for, at least 3. Tr- the way I build my decks, like even my mono blue deck, I try to be fair. So I have Unstable Frontier, so I can turn one of my own lands into a mountain. So it can be targeted. So it can be one of the lands that gets targeted from volcanic eruption. It's like, I'm not just gonna blow up your stuff. I'm gonna blow up mine as well. You do that for enough, and then Rushing Tide Zubera, it's like, okay. Yeah, so there's ways to make it work. It's just going to require actual effort. Or you go, yeah, okay, done. Psionic Blast. Deal with it. Shannon of Flight Swings. It's too easy to give stuff lying in Commander. I wouldn't. Unless I've got a very specific reason for playing this, like even in a Spirit Tribal deck, even in a deck that cares about, Soulshift or anything like, just I wouldn't. It's this is asking too much. Let me rephrase that. It's not asking too much. It doesn't do enough. Cut the Earthly Bond. Cut the Earthly Bond is funny. Return target enchanted permanent to its owner's hand. See, here's the thing. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. At this point, 2 blue instant was considered fair. I don't know if it still is or not, but 2 blue instant was considered fair. They wanted a way to do it for a single blue. By the way, it's also got Arcane attached, which means that it has to be worth less than a single blue mana because Arcane is like an additional, hey, by the way, we're giving you a little extra to play with. No, no, I don't think so because Legends really did. No, I return target enchanted permanent. I don't think so because don't forget that's where we got Boomerang from. Um, no, I would have said Ursa Block. Somewhere in Ursa Block would have made more sense. Yeah, but not really that much. Whereas Urza Block feels more like this is the sort of thing where it's like specifically calling out. Like Urza Block theoretically was based around enchantments. The problem was anything that was artifact based was so powerful it kind of overshadowed the enchantment theme and sub theme. I could see this being an Urza Block card. Yeah, basically. I could see this having been in Urza Block. Legends stuff, anything that dealt with enchantments kind of felt like just like, you know, a random thing that got added onto it. It wasn't there as part of like a theme or it just. Oh, by the way, let's give this some extra random ability. Oh, we'll add this. So it felt more like that. There wasn't that much that I remember seeing where enchantments actually made a relevant. But that was the slow motion. Is that the one I think it is? Was put in a graveyard from the battlefield. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Now, if you can find a way to keep getting the cut the earthly bond back. Yep, yep. But yeah, cut the earthly bond. I think cut the earthly bond makes more sense in Commander than it does in other formats. It's more the kind of card like Commander is more likely to be the kind of set or sorry, Commander is more likely to be the kind of format, especially, your casual kitchen table stuff, where people are putting enchantments on stuff. Um, anything from uh your umbras to your um and like especially like crab umbra and other stuff to untap your creatures to stuff to like pump your creatures to stuff to shut down opposing creatures to your planar disruption and other cards to shut down opposing lands to just I feel like enchantments being put on something an opponent has or something in play, I should say, period, are imprison in the moon is another good example. I feel like those are more common in Commander than pretty much anywhere else. And so Cut the Earthly Bond is the kind of card that I can see somebody actually playing. And heaven forbid this ends up on Isochron Scepter or something of that nature and it keeps getting recast every turn. I can see this making sense in Commander. I can see this making sense in Commander probably a lot more than Shin'en of Flight Wings, which makes sense because it's further up on the list. Minimal Scroll Keeper. I believe this is the first set where we actually saw the Defender keyword. God, I apologize. I seem to be the the weather has been going up and down and up and down and up and down lately. A few days ago, what was it? This time last week, I think overnight lows were like low degrees Celsius, like 2 to 4 degrees Celsius, i.e., for those that are still going by the old system, uh, below 40 Fahrenheit. It wasn't that long ago, and when I say it wasn't that long ago, I mean like a few days later, we were looking, we were pushing uh mid-teens, mid-teens, maybe 20 degrees. Actually, I think Sunday we hit like 21 or something like that. So, late 60s, early 70s. Like the temperature has just been going up and down and up and down and up and down. And we had rain today, but like it was rain on my way into work at my LGS, but coming home it was clear, and it's been a mess. Uh, and so unsurprisingly, this time of year, a lot of people in this area have been getting sick. But anyway, as I was saying, I do believe this is the first time we actually saw the word defender. Actually, you know what? Um, defender. I think was state less than stock. Um, uh, order, release, direction, descending. No, it was betrayers. Betrayers was the first time we saw it, the actual defender keyword. Because Fifth Dawn still was going, hey, by the way, it's a wall, walls can't attack. So somewhere I don't know. It doesn't look like it was introduced in Champions. But Betrayers was the first time we had Defender. And then, actually, yep, no, we had one at common and one at uncommon and one at rare. Okay. And then Scroll Keeper. Minimo Scroll Keeper, I kind of like. If you don't have access to something like Reliquary Tower, for example, this is not a terrible way to go about it. And you had a 2/3 for 2. Maximum hand size is increased by 1. Okay, so instead of having 7 cards in hand, I can have 8. Uh oh, I have trusted advisor. We'll get back to that. We'll get to that later, I'm sure. I have that in my advisor mill deck. But so there's only 2 cards that say you have a greater. There are 59 cards that do something about hand size. Game paper. 57 cards. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Inspired idea reduces it. Ginger taxes affects other people. Uh, eh. This tries to be Lich in blue, which I think is hilarious. Increase. No maximum. No maximum. No maximum, no maximum, no maximum, no maximum. Do you just... No maximum, no maximum, no maximum. Reduce, reduce, reduce. No maximum. Max increased by 2. Max equal 20. No maximum, no maximum. Opponent, opponent. Uh, Number of hour counters. Maximum of 5. Maximum is 2. Players have no maximum hand size. Oh man, price of knowledge. Dude, if you've got price of knowledge. Holly, I know I sent you a message last week, I think it was. I was looking at Platinum Empyrean and the One Ring. Yeah, hey, by the way, let's add price of knowledge to that. No maximum. Maximum of 2. Yeah, I think it was last week I sent you a text message. The One Ring plus Platinum Empyrean, who says your life total can't change. Yeah, because the One Ring, every upkeep, it burninates you based on how many burden counters I think it is on it. You have Platinum Empyrean, who says your life total can't change, and then you can just tap and draw as much as you want, and it was legacy legal. You might have been in a different frame of mind when I talked to you, or when I messaged you. But yeah, if you're going to play those cards, you could add Price of Knowledge. Uh, no maximum, no maximum. Maximum hand size is 8. Oh, Doc Ock is hilarious. Maximum hand size is 8. At the end of turn, if you've got less than 8 cards in hand, you draw the extra cards. No maximum, no maximum, no maximum, no maximum. Maximum hand size of 11. Oh, Cecily looks fun. Wonder what Cecily's other name is. Oh, surprise, surprise. 11, the mage. Uh, Opponents have maximum. No maximum. No maximum. most of these cards turn around and say no maximum hand size. I probably should have just... There. A third of the cards. Your maximum hand size is reduced by 4. What happens if you have no maximum hand size, though? Is reduced by 4. I will have to find out. Anyway. Yeah, there's only a couple of cards that... So, there's a handful of cards that say you have a maximum hand size of... Okay, so most of the cards that say something about giving you a maximum hand size in a positive sense simply say you have no maximum hand size. If we remove those, most of the others that I've seen give you a maximum hand size larger than 7, but a specific number. I think I've seen 8, 11, I want to say 13, and 20. There might be another one in there that I missed. But specific numbers that have a flavorful, reason for being that high, like Triskaidekaphile. Oh. Okay. Fine. Cecily. We'll go with Cecily. The original version is 11, the mage. Well, the character's name is 11. So having a maximum hand size of 11 makes sense. And then when 11 attacks, if you've got at least 11 cards in hand, you can cast stuff in your hand for free. Well, then you take a card like Cecily, then you add a Minmo Scrollkeeper, and now you've got a maximum hand size of 13. Or the 20-toed toad, which gives you a maximum hand size of 20, which might as well be unlimited, but it's not. It feels unlimited, but it's not. When it attacks, you win the game if there are 20 or more counters on it, or you have 20 or more cards in hand. Well, now you got a maximum hand size of 22. Dr. Octopus. If there are 20 or more counters on it. That is accurate. It says 20 or more counters. They could be stun counters. You could have some giant stuff going on it, and they could be -1/-1 counters. It doesn't care. It doesn't know the difference. It has, oh, you're a counter. Cool. X number of sleep counters. Yep. Which are basically stun counters. I don't know why they... There's no reason not to make them stun counters. Oh, yes, there are. The difference is a creature with a stun counter, if it would untap for any reason, you remove a stun counter instead. This is if you can get a creature that is tapped with Venerian Gold to untap by any means other than the regular untap step, it will untap. This doesn't stop it from untapping by any other means. Only the regular untap from... Yeah. Anywho, so yeah, if we have ways to... So, if you have a set maximum hand size thing going on, minimal Scroll Keeper will still help. A card like the what was the other one? This and what's the other one called? I'm drawing a blank. Trusted Advisor. If you have those two in your deck, and your opponent is playing a card like Winter or the OG Jin-Gitaxias, for example, which ruins your maximum hand size. Having these in your deck, if you I would play Minimal Scroll Keeper as a metagame call because I expect somebody to have something like that that I have to contend with. If I have to contend with somebody dealing with stuff like that, then yes, I'm putting that in my deck. It's got defend. You can also play this as a somewhat aggro creature. If you have ways to bypass defender, for example, you know, no, it's not Arcades. Um, is Commander? Oh, as though they didn't have Defender. Oh. Yep. Arcades the Strategist will do it. Each creature you control with Defender can attack those that didn't have Defender and attacks based on toughness. And target creature. And this allows you to do it to individual creatures. You cannot put it in the same deck as Fellothar because Fellothar does not include blue. But Minimos Scroll Keeper, you can put that in your deck as a bit of a more aggressive creature. But if you're doing it for that reason, why aren't you playing with, like, you know, uh, good lord, ID equal U, O, defender, toughness greater than 5, mana value equal 2. Oh yeah, so, I mean, no. Greater than 4. Riptide Turtle, is probably the best one. I think I'd only play Wall of Deceit as a 0/5, as a 0/5. I think I'd play that as what it says on the tin. Turning it face down is not, I don't think I'd bother with its activate ability or its morph. The most insidious thing in the world is nonsense that sounds just plausible enough to listen to. Yup. I could make a comment right now, but I'm going to be quiet. Yeah, so you've got 4 different 0/5s for 2 mana. And if you're playing that kind of deck, if you want it as an aggressive creature, 4 different 2 mana 0/5 defenders, you should be playing those. Plus, Thing in the Ice itself is a 0/4 for 2. Honestly, you play this if you care about something happening with your hand size. Oh, oh, do you know what's funny? Hey, Holly. Minimal Scroll Keeper? Enchant with Followed Footsteps, or even even Endless Evil. Ignore the last ability. The last ability is irrelevant for what I'm looking at. Every upkeep, you make a token that's a copy of Minimal Scroll Keeper. Your maximum hand size is increased by 1, and then by 2, and then by 3, and then by 4, and it keeps growing until you get rid of them all. To the point where even if somebody goes, okay, your maximum hand size is now reduced by 8. Okay, I can still have cards in my hand. Wait, what? Why? Because my maximum hand size is increased by this many. They'd have to get rid of all your scroll keepers and advisors first. Shape Stealer. When this blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, change this creature's base power and toughness to that creature's base power and toughness till end of turn. Oh, that's funny. Power equal toughness. I don't care about the actual about what the list is. I want to compare numbers here. All right. So, power equal toughness, 8845. We've gone through this before. Power less than toughness. $45.59. And power greater than toughness? 3474. All right. I'm just going to go here. 8845, 4559, whoops, 59, and 3474 equal sum of those equal this divided by that times 100 equal this times 100 divided by that, and equal this times 100 divided by that. So 99, yeah, okay. So on average, just over half the time, it's just P equal T, P less than T, P greater than T. Right? I did that the right way around? Yes. So, just over 52% of the time, you're going to have a creature with power equal to toughness. Almost 3/4 of the time, you are going to have a creature with power at least equal to toughness. Which means, going back to, what is Sworn Defender? Sworn Defender. Oh yeah. Sworn Defender is, was designed, I know the, yeah, so Sworn Defender's entire thing was, I'm going to be sized so that neither creature dies. So if you're 2/3 and I'm going up against you, I want to survive the 2 points damage. So I'm going to go to 3, and I want to make sure I deal enough that I don't quite kill you. So you can take 3, so I'm going to go to 2. So if you're a 2/3, I go to a 3/2. That's the intention of Sworn Defender. Shape Stealer, on the other hand, almost a full 3/4 of the time, you are going to have a creature with power at least equal to its toughness. And so Shape Stealer is going to turn around and jump and go, cool, we both die. Wait, what? Yeah, we both die. Because this equal this plus this. Yeah, it's almost 73%. 73% of the time, it works every time. So yeah, if you want a creature in your deck to actually kill a creature, Shape Stealer, more often than not, almost like I said, almost 3/4 of the time, this crashes into something, they're going to annihilate each other. Dreamcatcher. I don't think I would bother with Dreamcatcher. There's enough ways to draw extra cards in blue, even at common. I would want this as a 1/1 creature, but like you're looking at commons, right? Sure, but like take a look at my Cantrip City deck. Visual spoiler, display, uh, do not group, sort by low to high. Where are we here? There. Yeah, so at 2 you start hitting enough creatures that I don't see any at 1. Now keep in mind, these are the ones that this deck is running. And this deck is specifically restricting itself to commons. But at 2 you start getting enough stuff to actually go, hey, by the way, let's draw some cards. At 3, like 3 is where things start actually turning on. Like Serum Visionary, which is basically Serum Visions on a 2/2 body for 3 mana. I get a 1/1 flyer that comes in play, draws a card. I've got a 2/2 flyer that when it comes in play, everyone draws a card. You know. Or then I've got stuff like Third Pass Avon and where are you? Tomorrow's Invoker, where I can spend 7 and 8 mana later in the game to just go, hey, by the way, draw, 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 draw. And I would rather have effects like that. Now, to be fair, this is me saying how I would build it and how I did build it, not what other people should do. But if I'm looking for creatures that I can sacrifice to draw cards, there's other cards that I can do that with. Toughness greater than 0. Sort by mana value. Combat Courier can do that. Eidolon of Philosophy is also a spirit. You can pay 7 and sack it to draw 3. Ilvoy Galeblade, Flash Flying 1/1, pay 2 and sack it to draw a card. Alchemist's Apprentice, pay 2 mana for a 1/1, sack it to draw a card. Living Lectern is a 0/4 that you can sack to draw a card and get a roll token attached to something else. Parcel Mirror, pay 2, sack to draw a card. All slivers have pay 2, sack this permanent, draw a card. That's hilarious. Like, if you are looking to sack cards, sack creatures to draw cards, and if you want to do that, if you're in red at all, you can do it a lot easier. And then, of course, there's sacrifice another creature or sacrifice, you know, blah, sacrifice a creature, draw a card. Stuff like Thallid Soothsayer and Soul Reaper of Mogus. If you're willing to go into black, Carnage Altar lets you sacrifice anything to draw a card. Phyrexian Vault, same thing. Ravenous Amulet, Relic Vial. Etc., etc., etc. You has options. A Dreamcatcher? The thing is, you're in blue. If you really need to, like, why are you playing Dreamcatcher? Like, the only reason I can see to play Dreamcatcher specifically is if you're going for some weird mono blue aristocrats variant, which isn't impossible. It is possible to build aristocrats in any color or color scheme you want. Black just does it the easiest. I'm slowly trying to work on building mono white aristocrats for Pauper. Uh, it's a thing you can do. It's not easy, but it's a thing you can do. It also helps the game spin out for over 30 years. So if you want to try building it in blue, go ahead. That's the only real reason I can see for playing to play Dreamcatcher. Oppressive Will. I generally don't like counter spells that say counter target spell unless its controller pays some cost. In Commander. A lot of them just aren't strong enough to do it. This one, because you're playing blue, and you are playing with, because you're playing blue, if you can regularly draw extra cards, like my Take Me Down a Cantrip City deck, which has got so much card draw. Holly, you've got to come down and give that deck a try and see see what it's actually like sometime. Basically, if you ever hit 3 lands, you never need to worry about having another land. You will draw into them. If you have 3 ends, if you have 3 lands in your starting hand, keep it every single time. You'll never need to worry about another land drop. At least that's what I would do. Yeah, Oppressive Will. If you've got a deck of that nature, Oppressive Will might as well go. Yeah, I'm countering your spell. It's basically going to be a card like Vex with no drawback to attach to it, because unless your opponent can suddenly pay an extra like 7 mana, which is going to be really hard for a lot of decks. Yeah, it's just oh yeah. But you have to again, the extra that you're asking them to pay has to be enough to make it worth playing the card in general on a regular basis. Like, Rethink against a card like Starve Extinction is going to be great. Rethink against a card like, I always get them mixed up. What are you called? Assassin's Trophy. I can always remember the name of Abrupt Decay, and I can never remember the name of Assassin's Trophy. Against a card like Assassin's Trophy isn't going to make any difference. Okay, pay 4 mana for it. Shrug, don't care. A card like Oppressive Will has to regularly make your opponent pay enough to make it worth actually playing. And I would say, realistically, because like an extra 2 or 3 mana, people aren't going to care. An extra 4 mana, eh. I would say you need to make them pay at least an extra 5 to make it worth playing. If you can consistently make this paying an extra 5 mana or more, then go ahead, put this in your deck. 4, I would say, is iffy, in my opinion. And 3 or less, I just wouldn't. If you can't even turn on 4 regularly, I wouldn't play Oppressive Will. There's 1,000 other cards that I would play instead. Wee Nutella! My Nutella. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. My Nutella. Okay, I'll stop. Already. One of these days, I'm going to send you a song. It's a comedy song from when I was in that I first heard when I was in the university. When there were a couple comedy groups out of Montreal, and this was put out by one of them, and just too many face palms. I'm going to have to send it to you somehow at some point, or at least find a link to it and send it to you. You're gonna go. You're just gonna face palm so hard. I don't know how the rest of your family's gonna feel about it, but you're gonna have to give it a listen. Anyway, later we'll talk. We'll talk. We'll talk. Anyway, tell the family I say hi. Good night. Uh, Cloud of Kieran. There's whenever you get a card that says you may have target player mill X cards, there's always 2 ways to play it. I mill somebody else, or I mill myself. A card like this wants enough Spirit or Arcane spells to make it worth playing. Again, Spirit, does it have Changeling? It counts. A card like this, you're going to want enough healthily sized spells to cast. So what are the best mana value, let's say greater than 4? What are the best changelings that are at the upper end? Set mana value descending. More often, you would want getting to your hand consistently. So, cast it, return to your hand somehow, etc. Valiant Changeling conceivably. Cairn Wanderer, you play that for combo. Changeling Hero's fine. Changeling Titan is I oh because you're a 4/4 with lifelink and you're a flat out 7/7. I would play the game trail chain. I can see an argument either way. Morit. Oh, Cloudhoof Kieran. So that would have to be a card in the 99, unfortunately. There are no blue changelings. All right, what about Spirit? ID equal U. 38. Have any of these guys got ways to cast them for cheaper? Unspeakable, technically, yes. Patron of the Moon, yes. Ethereal Usher, you can use cheaper. All right. If I'm building the way I am seeing this, if I'm building with Cloudhoof Kieran, I'm probably building some kind of. I'm going to start off with ramp, like a healthy amount of produce more than one extra mana ramp. So, uh, Soul Ring, obviously, but we're talking Soul Ring, Urgolem's Eye, slash, Sisei's Ring, um, Thran Dynamo, stuff of that nature, Worn Power Stone. Anything that can tap for anything that'll generate two or more mana. That, at a low enough cost. Because you don't want to spend 5 mana for something that just taps for 2 if it doesn't do anything else that's useful. So start off with that. Because I want enough stuff that I can cast that's big enough to make this worthwhile. Now, that being said, I could just simply play this as a legendary air elemental with some potential upside. That's not that's not completely unrealistic. And then have some random, uh, have some random cards that, some cards that I'll randomly kick in. Like Ideas Unbound will make somebody mill 2 in the process. But again, the question becomes, am I milling somebody else or am I milling myself? If you're milling somebody else, you're playing a mill deck. Surprise, surprise. What a thought. If you're milling yourself, you're generally milling yourself because you're trying to get to certain cards. Um, and the first example of the sort of cards you might want would be our Giving Restoration. You're playing a Reanimator deck of some sort in mono blue. You may have to run Painter's Servant for what I'm thinking of. Whoops. Because what you really want to do is Dreams of the Dead. Pump a bunch of mana into it. Painter's Servant, turn everything into white and or black. You know, everything becomes white or everything becomes black. Maybe in our Giving Restoration in there to be able to get it back out of the graveyard. And I start reanimating a bunch of stuff. And go from there. You can build mono blue Reanimator. It's not easy, but you can build it. Cloud Hoof Kieran would probably fall there. Maskwood Nexus then turns all your creature spells, gives them all creature types, which suddenly means they're all spirits, which suddenly means they all trigger your Cloud Hoof Kieran. So any creatures that you cast suddenly trigger Cloud Hoof Kieran. So that may be a thing that you're interested in. Again, we're talking casual commander. We're talking people wanting to do silly things. Ghostlit Warder, as an onboard trick, people are going to see it. People are going to realize it's there. They're going to go, okay. I'll hold up an extra 2 mana, and the last spell that I cast, I'll make sure I hold up 2 extra mana. Or they'll play, or the last spell they cast will be something like Abrupt Decay that says it can't be countered. So this is more useful as a super mana leak. Again, this is basically, pardon me. You're looking at, well, I would start off with Mana Leak as my conceptual, like, what's considered fair, balanced, etc., etc. And I would start off with Mana Leak as my starting point. And Mana Leak, 1 blue, 1 other, counter target spell unless its controller pays an extra 3. So this is like half a mana more than that, because it's counter target spell unless they pay 4. So maybe I could see my way to blue plus 2. Which is not unheard of. They've printed that concept a few times. Blue plus 2, counter target spell unless its controller plays 4. Or pays 4, rather. They've done that a few times. But now this is a channel ability. This is an extra mana, let's say a mana and a half. To make it uncounterable by most things. So, yeah, I could see it. You know, I'm not fond of it in general, but I could see it. Have I got you in have I got you in Shoe Lane? I could see maybe. Um it would be listed under countering creatures. No. And that's the thing. The deck that I have that is most likely to have that either has creatures that come into play, counter a spell, or have an activated ability that counters a spell. And the only one I don't is Brian Seer. Counter target spell unless they pay one for each blue card that's in my hand that I reveal. Everything else, it's like, and I'm looking for counter spells that I can. And sure, most of these can be like this is an act. Yeah, I've got stuff that can counter activate abilities, but yeah, in the deck that I have that I would fit best, I'm not running it. Ghostlit Warder? Yeah, I just don't see a home for it in. Now, that being said, if you're building a deck like my Tulane deck and want to lean more heavily on spirits or want to lean more heavily on uh stuff like especially if you're looking more for activate abilities that counter stuff rather than come into play abilities, I could see it. If you're basically if you're trying to build like a budget Tulane deck, I could conceivably see this card. Because let's be honest, my Tulane deck is not a cheap. Is not cheap. It's not the most expensive deck. It's around $160 to build. To build it. To buy it outright. I still have changes that are going to be getting made to this. But if you're looking to make this a much less expensive deck, yeah, maybe you could run Ghostlit Warder. I would probably run it as, in that case, as a channel card rather than activate ability. Because 4 tap, counter unless they pay 2, is a bit weak. You really want, um, I can't remember the name of the mono white, pardon me, the mono white version. But the black blue version, which you cannot run in that deck because it has black in it and Tulane is banned. Can't is Mundungu. 3 mana. Is it disruptive? Might be disruptive student. Disruptive student. Yeah, disruptive student. Tap counter target spell unless its controller pays 1. You could run a few cards like that and make a mess of things. Mundungu, if you're building a deck like this and running black, which means you're not in band, Yeah, you could, counter target spell unless its controller pays 1 and 1 life. Even if the spell resolves through this, that extra little ping, that extra little ping, that extra little ping will eventually be enough. Ghostlit Warder? Nah. It's too. It costs. Its activation ability is too much for what it does. To make it worthwhile, you really need some. To make that card specifically worthwhile, you need something that'll drop its activation down. Descendant of Soromaru. 4 mana for 2/3. Eh. 2 mana, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of cards in your hand. Then put them back in any order. So, if you do this when you got 3 cards in hand, it's look at the top 3, put them back in any order for 2 mana activation. This is pretty good coming out of a common. You need library manipulation of some description, even if it's just like reorganizing the top part of your. This is really good for what it does. You're playing on like severe budget or whatever? Yeah, I have no problem with people running this card. Go ham. Ham. Murmurs from Beyond. Reveal the top 3 cards of your library and opponent choose one. Put that in your graveyard and the rest in your hand. This card plays better if you can play politics. If you can play politics, this thing ends up being really good. Because you get yourself to a position where it's like, I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. Murmurs from Beyond. You show, you choose an opponent. You go, Pikachu, I choose you. Here's the top 3 cards of my deck. Which one goes in my graveyard? And you can make it work for you. That being said, if you're doing sneaky shenanigans, and they don't know you're doing sneaky shenanigans, and you're playing Mono Blue Reanimator, they're going to probably put the card that you want to go to the graveyard the most into your graveyard, and you get the other 2. Because they're like, oh, I can't let them have that. And it's like, you just think in the back of your mind, thank you very much. I will reanimate this now. Wait, what? Yeah, I will reanimate this now. Oh, yeah. One of the other cards that, if you're going to go Mono Blue Reanimator, try and pin this thing down. You're going to want to... 4, tap. Return target artifact creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Thunk. It's a tap ability. It's not a sack. It's a tap. Yeah, have fun with that. Yeah. Murmurs from Beyond, I can see a few uses for it. Black cards. Look better in the shade. Shinano Fierce Chill. 5 mana for 3/2 that can't block, and you don't play it for that. You play it for the channel ability. And even if you're playing it for the channel ability, target creature can't block this turn, you're affecting a single creature. You would be better off with target creature can't be blocked this turn. You know where you really want Shinano Fierce Chill? If the group you're playing with is playing with cards like Oh, what were you called? Avatar of Hope. That can turn around, block any number of creatures. This is where you go, cool, you can't block this turn. What? That's basically what you want it for. Kagamaro's Clutch. God damn it. Apparently we got these annoying little flies floating around. 1 black, 3 other enchant creature. Enchant creature gets -X/-X for X's number of cards in your hand. The reason to play this over an effect like Murder. Um, realistically, you got 2 reasons to play this over a card like Murder. Um, One, the fact that it's an enchantment makes a difference. Better options there, in my opinion. Um, and 2, you worry about cards that have indestructible. Well, if you're worried about cards that have indestructible, for the same cost, you can get exile-based removal. uh, ID equal black, mana value equal 4, mana 3, exile target, creature. So, graveyard. There. Astarion's Thirst. Stop bleeding. It's distracting. Astarion's Thirst would be better than that. Baleful Mastery. Exile target creature or planeswalker for the full price. You can pay half price and let somebody draw a card. Deadly Rollick lets you do it without paying mana if you control commander. Eat to Extinction. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Look at the top card of the library. You may put that card in your graveyard. Guild. Exile target creature. And then you make a gold token, which is basically a treasure token that you just sack it. Gravkill. Exile target creature or spacecraft out of Edge of Eternities. It's the exact same card. Like it's basically exile target creature for 4 mana at common. Same with Oblivion Strike. Same thing. It's a sorcery, but it's got Devoid. And then Our Glory, exile target creature. If that creature was a god, its controller reveals his or her hand, exile all cards from it with the same name as that creature. Hard to make work well. You need an opponent. The best way to make that work is have an opponent playing with a relentless card, i.e., relentless rats, persistent petitioners, etc. One of those cards that say you can run any number of cards in your deck. It has to be a creature, so no slimes against humanity. No. I mean, you couldn't target it with dragon. Damn it, Dragon's Approach. But most of the other cards would work. And they've got to play a card along the lines of Maskwood Nexus that turns all the creatures into all creature types so that it can become a god. All of that's a bunch of hoops to go through to get Hour of Glory to actually work. That being said, you go Sever the Bloodline down here at the bottom. And this will work a lot easier, because this will work against Slime Against Humanity. And it's got a flashback. Hour of Glory won't work most of the time. But yeah, most of the rest of these, I would just, if I'm worrying about what if I go, what if I went 3 mana exile? Dark Imposter will continuously do it. Flay Essence will do it. Oh wow, that's silly. Grotesque Demise can be got around. Reaver Ambush can be got around. Necrotic Fumes would work. What about less than? I doubt it, but if somebody's poisoned, you can. That will work. Eaten Alive would work. Epic Downfall will exile regardless. Final Vengeance would work. Worthy Cost would work. Yeah, okay. Okay. There's enough ways to. So, yeah, there's enough ways if you're worried about bypassing indestructible or similar effect. There's enough XL based removal that you shouldn't need to run Kagamaro's Clutch. And if you are running Kagamaro's Clutch, my question is why? Quag Sickness. Quag Sickness is what I would run instead. Or Dust Approach. Yeah, Dust Approach and Quag Sickness. If I'm looking for a card of that nature, you run those first. Kagamaro's Clutch is, I mean, unless you're looking to kill something relatively small, but then why are you spending Kagamaro's Clutch on it? You know? Raving Oni Slave. When the centers release the battlefield, you lose 3 life if you don't control a demon. Again, the easiest way to deal with that is either turn this into a demon with oh, what do you call it? Damn it. Demonic type or Demonic Embrace. Turn 2, you throw Raving Oni Slave on the board. Turn 3, you throw Demonic Embrace on it. You now have a 6/4 flying uh, Ogre Warrior Demon and don't care about, well, when it left play, it was a demon, so you controlled one. And honestly, you don't care. Sure, I lose 3 life when it comes to play. Okay, fine. If it's an effect you care about, you run a card like Torpor Orb. I will point out this is a least playability. Um, I will also point out that this can drain you for 6 pretty easily. If you flicker it, and if you are looking to lose life, and I'm not being facetious here. If your deck actually wants you to lose life, this is a way to do it. You're losing life in chunks of 3. And if it's a flicker, you're basically losing life in chunks of 6. That's a pretty efficient way to lose life. So you might be in the market for a card like that. Exile into Darkness. the this costs a lot for what it does on the surface. Diabolic Edict is your like cornerstone landmark. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's like what you generally use as a guide for how much does this effect cost. And Magic has decided a long time ago that it was appropriate to cost, to make target player sacrifice a creature, 1 black, 1 other, instant. And we occasionally got that as like sorcery or whatever, but realistically, like by the time we hit, say, Guess the Verdict, it was 1 black, that was double black, instant. Target player loses, sacrifices a creature and loses 1 life. That can build up fairly easily if you're playing at multiples. So making it cost double black made sense there. But I think Cruel Edict had generally been decided that it was a bit on the slow side. A bit on the weak side. Cruel Edict, again, same as Diabolic Edict, but as a sorcery. And so you would constantly see people comparing cards to Diabolic Edict. And you had to settle in on that eventually. So this is 3 more than Diabolic Edict. Well, let's compare it to Cruel Edict for convenience, because they're both sorceries. This is 3 more than Cruel Edict. They can only choose stuff with low mana values. To be fair, most of the time this is what your opponent's going to do, unless they've got a real legitimate viable reason to get something with a higher mana value. Most of the time, they want something cheap. This is 3 extra mana. The beginning of your upkeep, if you have more cards in your hand than each opponent, you may return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Every upkeep, if you've got more hands than everybody else, this comes back to your hand. I will point out that at that point, what does the first ability of the card and the mana cost do? What? What does the first ability and the mana cost do? There's 2 ways to look at this card. 1, as long as I keep my hand fuller than everybody else, I can keep making people sacrifice creatures. Or I can make them sacrifice creatures every so often. Or, as long as I get as long as I've got my hand pretty full every turn, I have a card that's coming from my graveyard back to my hand that I can use elsewhere. Well, what do you mean you can use elsewhere? No. Plague Witch, as an example. One black, one other. Black tap, discard a card. Target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. You can pitch cards to this to shrink creatures. Zombie Infestation. Discard 2 cards, make a zombie. You can use the discard, you can discard cards for fun and profit. If you can keep your hand sufficiently full, this will come back to your hand for free, which means you can reuse it the following turn. This is the entire reason why Squee, Goblin Nabob. I almost want to get my hands on him if I can. Oh, that's silly. This is why he was such a big deal in Vintage of all places for many years. I would say probably before Dredge existed. He was legitimately a big deal. And it had nothing to do with the fact that he was a creature, he was a goblin, he was this. It was at the beginning of your upkeep, you may return this card from your graveyard to your hand. You combine that with Bizarre Baghdad. Tap, draw 2 cards, then discard 3 cards. Well, if the 3 cards that you discard are all Squee, draw 2, discard 3 Squee, which I'm going to get back the next turn anyway. You're basically tap, draw 2 cards with no actual cost, because the 3 cards that you're discarding, you're going to be able to keep discarding every turn. Exile into Darkness, you have the same kind of clause going on. There's just a restriction. You only get to do this if you have more cards in hand when the ability triggers at the beginning of your upkeep and when it goes to resolve. But as long as that's true in both cases, as long as that's true when it tries to trigger and when it goes to resolve, you're going to get this back. So, you can either look at this as I get to sacrifice every turn. I get to force a sacrifice with some regularity, and it costs me less actual cards because I'm not, the card that I would be spending is coming back to my hand regularly or semi-regularly. Or you're looking at this as a combo piece. You're looking at this as a card you can get back regularly to feed other abilities. I wonder. Argentum, so all 4 Master Core variants and Solitary Confinement. all four Master Core variants and Solitary Confinement. This doesn't count because this is only on Arena, so this is not a real card. And this can only enchant a white or green creature. Or sorry, let's try that again. A green or white creature. No, that's right, a white or green creature. But that's the thing you can do. Okay, so yeah, again, combo potential. Sink into Takanuma. Again, while I don't like discard a as an idea for a deck for Commander, sink into Takanuma. If you return, say, 3 swamps back to hand, that's enough to make it viable, in my opinion. And again, they don't have to be basic swamps. They just have to have the swamp type. So you can return no, not Mortuary Mire. Mortuary. I cannot remember the name. Underground Mortuary. There we go. You can return Underground Mortuary back to your hand, and then when it enters again, you get to Surveil again. Which is, which is not a terrible option. You make them discard three. You return 3 lands back to your hand, which allows you to reuse them. You get to reuse their abilities like Mortuary Mire, or you get to cycle them like the various Triomes et al. Or maybe you've got something that's got a landfall trigger that you care about, etc., etc. You get to reuse them that way. And yeah, if I'm I 2 feels wrong for this because at that point, why aren't you just playing Mind Rot? But 3, again, comparing it to Fugue and 3 Tragedies and similar cards, this is cheaper than either of those. It just requires you to return lands back to your hand. But if you do it for 3, that's really good. And then, of course, the fact that now you've got cards back in your hand, again, will help trigger things like Exile into Darkness and other such cards. It'll help kill creatures if you're using Kagamaro's Clutch. Again, not saying you should, but yeah, it's if you are running discard Sink in a Takanuma, I would probably say, yeah, you should probably at least consider this deck. Death no Kami. 2 mana for a 0/1 flyer. Pay 2 colorless to give it +1/+1 till end of turn. Sack at the beginning of the next end step. Soulshift to 1. There aren't a lot of spirits that you actually legitimately want to play at 1 mana, but there's some. There's not none. There are some. This is a creature that you want to use when you either want to Alpha Strike for a whole bunch, or you just need to kill one specific creature. You put this in your deck because you need to suddenly deal a bunch of damage in one shot, one time. And you do not care if this thing dies. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Are there other cards I would regularly, like generally want to play instead, yeah, sure. But is this the kind of card where I'm okay just going, cool, um, I will activate, I've got Urborg out, activate Cabal Coffers, spend 2 of that mana, activate Magus of the Coffers, spend 3 of that mana, activate Cabal Stronghold. I've got like 60 mana or whatever. Thunk. Your creature is dead. Sure, I spent a lot of mana, but you took out a 2 mana creature. I can get it back. Yeah. There's a reason why this sounds silly saying this, but there's a reason why this is a 7-cent common. You're sitting there going, wait, why is that a big deal? Because unless there's a good use for it, common cards rarely breach like 2 or 3 cents. Like they only hit 2 or 3 cents if they're okay. If they're reasonable, they're like 5 cents. 7 cents means they're actually pretty decent. Again, we're talking common cards specifically. Yes, you could jump up to being a $50 card. If you are like insanely powerful. And, because, risks like. Is that the one? No. Was it that one? Might be that one. Checklist. Wielding the green dragon. What are you? Oh, Tiger. Yeah. I'm amused that Abjure is a $5 card now. And here's the thing. What this search specifically is cards are legal in Pauper, where they are basically $5 or more, and what's the cheapest printing of it? And like Army of Allah has only got the one printing. Well, 1.5 printings. There's 2 variants of it. So basically, is it got a darker mana symbol for the colorless or a lighter one? And that's basically it. but it's like $23. Anyway, where was I? Getting distracted. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, cards that are worth like more than 5 cents are actually worth like taking note of with respect to commons. If they've hit a quarter, they're actually really good. They hit that 15 cent mark. They they're really good and they're really sought after. And they haven't been and they probably also haven't been printed enough to actually damage the secondary market. Like, look at the rest. View all prints, checklist, USD. Okay, like ignore the fancy ones. The one from Urza Saga is $2. But like at the bottom you're looking at like 6 cents, 8 cents, 9 cents, 11 cents. There's a bunch that are worth less than a quarter. But they start off at 6 cents. Even with the number of printings that it has, they start off at 6 cents because they're so useful everywhere that they're legal. It's like, well, no, everybody wants it. And so when you're looking at something like that, it's like, Death Knell Kami being 7 cents might be a card to start. Like, I I wouldn't go out of my way, but it's like, oh, yeah, that's a thing. And especially since the other thing to keep in mind is it sacrifices on its own, which you may want cards that have ways to sacrifice themselves for certain decks. Like an aristocrat style deck might actually have an interest in a card like that. I don't have that in my aristocrats deck because that's not how I designed it. But it is, it's not nothing. Razor Jaw Oni. Again, if I'm playing this, it's the only black creature in my deck. And because black is such a heavily played color in Commander, like again, my opinion from what I have seen, black and green are like at the top. And I see this and I go, oh, this is going to be the only black creature I have in my deck. Everything else is going to be, green or blue or orange or, fuchsia or what have you. I'm going to play this and I'm going to make it because it's black creatures can't block, not black creatures you control can't block. So, okay, my Oni can't block, but none of your stuff is blocking, so my stuff is going to get through. Yeah. You play this as the only black creature in your deck. So, don't play this in mono black. Play this in a deck where black is fairly low in your colors. Maybe if you're playing Jund, for example, and you've got black in there for some removal, and you want to throw one black creature in there. Throw the Oni in. Death of a Thousand Stings. Same discussion we had, honestly, earlier about Exile into Darkness. This is draining somebody for 1 with the same recursion ability. And the funny thing is, if you try and do this because you want to cast it, it doesn't matter if it gets countered or not. You don't get the primary ability, but that second ability still happens. So I have this in mind in my Pauper burn deck, my mono black burn deck for Pauper, as as something where it's like I want it against a control deck because I'll be able to continuously burn them every turn, especially if I've got something going on like I the way that specific deck is designed is every almost you know how my commons only mono blue deck is based around so many cards drawing extra cards, or my Tulane deck is based around so many cards being able to stop a spell from resolving. Basically taking one concept and pushing it to an extreme. Same idea with my mono black burn deck. I'm even running Piranha Marsh as basically oh, I spelled you wrong. As basically a come and play tap swamp that when it enters, my opponent loses a life. I'm I'm playing a land that burns my opponent. And so this is in my sideboard for the same idea. Drain you for life. It's going to come back regularly. Drain you for a bit more. Drain you for a bit more. They're going to be spending counter spells and removal and whatever on a bunch of my other stuff, and I'll be like, hey, by the way, going to burn you a bit more. Going to burn you a bit more. And it's just going to, they're going to start getting, because so many cards are burning their face off, they can't afford to, like, they, they're just getting burned so much. And sure, it's maybe only a couple points here and there. Yeah. So, have fun with that. Death Mask Nezumi. If your hand is full, it's a 4/3 with fear for 3 mana. Which is, to be fair, pretty good. But you have to have a full grip. You can't even be almost full. You have to have a full grip. Which means you have to be playing with enough card draw to keep him going. But again, he has fear. Can't be blocked except by black creatures and artifact creatures. Problem. Black being one of the most common colors in the format. Probably played in at least, I would say, 40% of decks that people actually play. Either on its own or in combination. Maybe more like 50. Having black creatures block it, not a big deal. Then you get artifact creatures. Which can have any color identity, because they just have to be artifacts. Back in the day, it made a difference. That's not a thing anymore. You can have a green artifact creature. Okay. Block. No big deal. Um, and you get a 3 mana 4/3 that can be blocked by probably, you know, probably 50% of the creatures that people are going to be running. It's going to be like, I would still play this as a relatively aggressive creature, but I wouldn't rely on it being. I wouldn't rely on what it says on the tin. Um, I would I would at least consider it, however, in a rat tribal deck. Kami of Empty Graves. Kami of Empty Graves is actually pretty decent. You have to remember, the benchmark, I think even nowadays, the benchmark for 1 black, 3 other, for a black creature is a 4/2. You might get away with something slightly stronger. And it might be a 4/2 with some abilities, but you're still looking at a 4/2. You're losing 1 point of toughness. The big thing is you're going from 2 toughness to 1, which is a noticeable difference. It's a bigger difference than going from, say, 3 to 2. However, this is a 4 mana creature with Soulshift to 3. That 4/1 with Soulshift to 3 is going to do a lot more work than it first appears. It's still a 4 power creature, so everything that goes along that. Oh, what's his name? Is it Teshiba? Toshiba? No. Uh, Tetsuko. Creatures you control with power or toughness 1 or less can't be blocked. Tetsuko. You put this in a deck that's running Tetsuko, um, and it's going to be people are going to need to spend actual removal on it rather than just killing it in combat. And until they do, they're taking 4 every turn. Suddenly, that 1 toughness becomes a benefit. So yeah, I can see a use for you. Kamuri Ona. When it enters, target player discards a card. So a 3 mana, a 5 mana 3/3. You add any sort of flickering effect, or if you're playing mono black, the typical way in mono black to get to recur cards is generally either some sort of reanimation shenanigans or some kind of sack, then bring back to hand and recast. It is possible to flicker this in a mono black deck. It's harder, but it is possible to flicker this in a mono black deck. And then, of course, you've got, then of course you've got the typical Spirit or Arcane. You can get it back to your hand. So, again, if you're playing a discard kind of deck, I would, I could completely understand this being in there because you can continuously reuse it one way or another. I may not be fond of somebody playing discard to begin with, but I can see people playing that in that kind of deck. And you're basically paying 1 mana for the discard ability. Kiko Shadow, again, target creature deals damage uh, to itself equal to its power. Again, power greater than toughness, power than equal to toughness, 73% of creatures. Here's a question. Power less than, power greater than. Thank you. Player. Power greater than 0. And, oh, death touch. 127. Divide, times 100. Wow, times 100 divided by that. 73.74. Alright, so you gain, you gain 0.75%. But suddenly, what that means is like Kiku Shadow. Again, you basically got an extra percent over the creatures you already had. Yeah. So this is still going to take out, again, this will still roughly take out 3/4 of the creatures that exist. And like this is going to take out so many creatures that cause so many problems for others. Because again, remember, more than half the creatures in the game have power equal to their toughness. And another 20% have power greater than their toughness. It's just going to be a headache. This will take out more creatures. And the other thing is, I only looked up cards that have Death Touch. I didn't look up cards that have a similar ability, like, um, does Thicket Basilisk? No, Thicket Basilisk only cares about combat. When an archer deals damage to a creature, that archer deals. Lowland Basilisk. Marika. Actually, there. Lowland Basilisk. Yeah, basically Lowland Basilisk. Whoops. 120. Whoops. But yeah, again, this is going to kill almost 3/4 of creatures in the game. One way or another. So, yeah, two mana spells that kills most creatures in the game? Sure. I will be back in a moment. I have to do something about this. BRB. Share stream! And we're back. Dun 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 dun. All right, red cards. Um, so Burning Eye Zubera. Again, the same concern with the other Zuberas in the set so far. Incidentally, we didn't do the black one. I'm curious what the black one does. I do not see the black Zubera. Did black not have a Zubera in this set? Oh. Only red and blue get additional Zubera. White, blue, black, red, green. Yeah. Every color got a Zubera. Only red and blue got additional Zubera in the set. Okay. So Burning Eye Zubera, I can see this being used. Basically, you block something sufficiently large enough, uh, and this can either kill a creature. This can help kill a creature that you had trouble dealing with initially. um, so this can actually finish killing off a creature with up to 6 toughness. Can kill off another creature. Can burn a native player. Can burn a native planeswalker. Can potentially flip a battle. Like this feels like it has more use than the other Zubera. Which was the blue one, which was drawing 3 cards. And don't get me wrong, drawing 3 cards is not nothing. You're just paying a bit extra to try and get concentrate going on. And in that case, why not just straight up play concentrate? But Burning Eye Zubera actually has uses because of what it does. I think Burning Eye Zubera is being undersold. It's considered the worst red card for Commander in the set, and I think it actually deserves to be further up. But let's take a look at a bunch of the rest of the stuff that's in the set. Aki Underling, 2 mana for 2/1, which is not bad. We are looking at really old Magic cards. Again, this set's over 20 years old. We are looking at a set that's over 20 years old. Being a 2/1 goblin for 2 mana, even if there's nothing else going on, it's a 2/1 goblin for 2 mana. If you look at that as your starting point, it's it's fine, it's serviceable, this, that, whatever else. Yes, you can get a 2/1 first strike or 2/1 haste or whatever for 2 mana. I get that. But if you can occasionally, even, like once in a while, oh man, I'll get to that in a moment. If you can occasionally get your hand back up to full, via a wheel effect, let's say, or another method I'll show you in a moment. This suddenly becomes a 4/2 first strike. If you can consistently keep your hand full, you can assume this is then going to be a 4-power first striking creature that you're playing for 2 mana. Let me show you this. I want to get this out there. Can I beg you slightly more? Yes, I can. So, this is a 2-card combo that I completely love for Commander that's in mono red. Let's look at the right-hand card first. Splinter Twin. 2 red, 2 other, enchant creature. Enchant creature has tap. Put a token that's a copy of this creature onto the battlefield. That token gains haste. Exile it at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so you make a token that has haste. At the end of turn, token goes away. Humble Defector. 1 red, 1 other for a 2/1. Tap, draw 2 cards. Target opponent gains control of Humble Defector. Activate only during your turn. No, it says during your turn, not activate only as a sorcery. So you can do this on your upkeep, you can do this at the end of turn, etc., etc. You can even do it during combat. So, Humble Defector in play. Cast Splinter Twin on. Tap the Splinter Twin. Make a token that's a copy of Humble Defector. The token has haste, which means it can use its tap ability right away. Tap, draw 2 cards. Target opponent gains control of the token, because it's the token that you're tapping for this ability. Activate only during your turn. Cool. I'll draw 2 cards. I'll give the tapped token to my opponent. Exile at the beginning of the next end step is the last phrase on what Splinter Twin says happens with the token that you generated. This means your opponent only has until the end of the current turn to be able to try and usefully do something with the token copy of Humble Defector. And because Humble Defector's ability can only be used during your own turn, even if they untap it, they can't use it to draw extra cards because it's not their turn. So you tap it. So basically, Splinter Twin on Humble Defector gives you a 2-card combo that lets you draw 2 extra cards every turn with basically no drawback. And Humble Defector target opponent gains control of it. If Humble Defector isn't on the battlefield as its ability resolves, but the target player is still a legal target, the ability will resolve. You'll draw 2 cards even though the player doesn't gain control of Humble Defector. If Humble Defector is controlled by a player other than its owner, Okay, yeah, that's what happens with controllers and owners. I believe, if memory serves me correctly, you can activate Humble Defector. In response, untap it somehow, tap it again. Your opponent is still going to be a legal target. Target opponent gains control of this screen. I don't remember how that specifically works. Let me just double check that. Uh, Alright. I will figure that out shortly. Anyway, that being said, that is a viable way for you to try and keep your hand full in a mono red deck. Pardon me, without resorting cards like Wheel of Fortune, etc. If you just want to be able to keep your own hand full, that's a not unreasonable starting point. Go to the regulars. Go to the regulars is actually kind of cool. You know, rather than giving it +1 power, it deals 1 damage to target creature blocking it. So, it's not quite as strong as fire breathing. But what this does do is it allows you to kill off specific blockers before combat damage actually happens. Which is a thing people are going to forget as, that's I block with, I'll block this with 3 creatures. Okay. I'll deal 1 of that, 1 of that, and 1 of that. Those 2 die. Okay, now combat damage happens. That's already taken 1. And now it takes an extra point of damage from combat damage. This is one of those instances where if you put Basilisk Collar again, you know, as again as a simple example, if you put Bassus color on it, this is going to eat through blockers, and your opponent's just going to sit there and go, I'm just not going to bother blocking because it's only going to deal 1 damage to me. Okay. And you're going to keep taking that 1 point of damage, and maybe I'm building a deck around humans or warriors. Warriors more realistically, in my opinion. I'm going to keep taking damage from, if I'm playing this, I might be playing warriors. And this is just going to start wrecking people. And it has no right to, but it's going to. Shannon of Fury's Fire. This is okay. It costs more than it should have, because it's got the extra flexibility. The problem is modern cards. If you're considering playing with Shannon of Fury's Fire, you start seeing, Tuk Tuk Rebel Fort. You see this at the exact same cost. And okay, it's not a 2-1 with, it's not a 2-1 with haste. It's a 0-3 with reach that just sits there and goes, don't care. Everything I have, everything you have has haste. You know, and it's just having that is just so much better than having to worry about whether or not your creatures natively have haste or not. There's a reason why, again, being a common, 16 cents means this actually has legitimate homes somewhere. It's, this is, Tuk Tuk Rebel Fort is more useful. It's more potent where it is than Duress is. Duress is just really flexible and useful everywhere where it's ever legal. Tuk Tuk Rebel Fort is like, here's a couple of decks that really want this ability, and there's nothing. The only thing that's comparable to it is like Crashing Drawbridge. And for reference, Crashing Drawbridge, its cheapest printing is 40 cents because you can put this in any deck. But you have to wait a turn. But this is a 2-drop. Yeah. Why is the Commander Masters printing so expensive? It's like it shouldn't be $3. Weird. Anyway, that doesn't. I would say this has less to do with Shannon of Fury's Fire being bad per se, and more that there are better cards out there. Again, the other 2 cards, they are creatures. They die to, they die in lots of fires. One of them's an artifact, which means it can be blown up for, 2 mana or less incredibly easily. And it's an artifact creature. So, yeah. This much harder to prevent, but it's only good until end of turn. But you only need it once. But then you compare this to cards like, I mean, Tuk Tuk Robofort, Crashing Drawbridge. Then you get cards like Anger, which just need to be in your graveyard and have been. I think Anger's been printed just enough that it shouldn't be insanely expensive. Uh, and you have the Mountain in play. I don't know. I feel Shin. I would bring the Shinin down just because there's so many ways to replace its effect for so cheap. Fervor lets you do it, and there's even ways to do Fervor. Um, you can get better than Fervor at the same mana value, even. Silken Sun Renegade. 3/3 with Bushido 1. The beginning of your upkeep, whoever has the most cards in hand gains control of the Renegade. uh, Now, what this does mean is it is effectively in combat, it's a 4/4 that can bounce around between players. I think if you want a creature. Why would you want a creature to bounce around between players? Unless that's the entire premise of your deck. If the entire premise of your deck is bouncing, is stuff bouncing around between people, in which case you're going to want a card like Rainbow Veil. You know what? I am curious now. Set by USD descending. Okay, Rainbow Veil is still the most expensive card in the set. Still only about $6. But Rainbow Veil, tap for any color, and then give it to, give control of it to another player at the end of turn. Dwarven Armor. Red, tap, discard a card to put a counter on a creature. Cute. Elvish Farm. Conchorn. Okay. But it's the entire premise of the deck. You still control even if nothing. Nice. Okay, cool. So I just got verification from somebody who knows the rules really well and has for a very long time. Um, I know the rules pretty well, but like we're talking about somebody who's constantly being asked rules about stuff like all the time. And it's like, hey, by the way, like judges events and is in various places specifically to handle rules, interactions, and what have you. And it's like, uh, so I asked him, and he's like, I asked, and he responded. I shouldn't say I asked him. I asked in a place where he was, and he answered, and no, yeah. Uh, you control the activate ability. So if you tap the defector, have a way to untap it in response, and then tap it again. You draw 4 cards. You control both activations. They will go to the same person both times. Cool. Yeah, Salkin's on Renegade. The only reason I can see actually legitimately playing it is either A, you've got a way to keep your hand full. Like, again, um humble defector splinter twin trick or something similar. Or B, your deck is based around having your stuff bounce around to other. At which point, honestly, personal opinion, if I'm doing this and if I'm doing this, I would want a set of non-magic standard size sleeves. So, as an example, let's say Snorlax, from Pikachu, because I want my cards to be easily distinguishable from somebody else's. And so, you know, uh, and I'm not saying anything, I've nothing against Pokemon or anything like that. It's just something so that I can tell my cards from somebody else's. Because everybody else is going to have, they're going to have their Dragon Shields or their KMCs or their um, uh, Game Genix or what have you. And I want that deck sleeved in something so I can tell my sleeves apart from somebody else's. And so, yeah, if I'm building that style of deck, that's how I'm sleeving it. And that's probably how I'm building it. Feral Lightning, 6 mana. Exile them at the beginning of the next end step. If memories, I believe, trigger goes on the stack. In response to the trigger, you play something like Sundial of the Infinite. You remove everything from the stack. I think that means you get to keep some. Because the end step has already happened. It's the beginning of the next end step. I am not positive on how this works. Oh. Unless this is one of those things. How does ball lightning actually work? At the beginning of the next end step, sacrifice this creature. At the beginning of the next end step, exile that. Ball lightning, you have to. The creature sacrificed at the end of every turn which is on the battlefield. Okay. So every turn, if it's on the battlefield, it checks to see if it's on the battlefield. If it is, you sacrifice it. Feral Lightning has got basically the same wording, except it says exile instead of sacrifice. So, same idea. So you do not get a chance to keep them around. They will every end steps they will check to see, oh, I'm on the battlefield. Okay, exile me. So if you're playing this kind of card, you want to play with shenanigans that let you make use of. Like, you want this as more than a 6 mana burn for 9. Also notice that they have haste. They only have haste because they have to attack that turn. But they only have haste. They don't have anything else like trample or what have you. Ah. God damn it. Grumble, grumble. Okay. So let's just take a quick scan at Ghostlets for a sec. The black one, I think we missed. Um, huh. um, oh. There you are. Oh, target player discards 2 cards. Wow, okay. Yeah, Ghost Stalker I could see. The blue Ghostlit was countered unless they paid 2. The white one was gaining life. That's the Redeemer. The red one is 3 mana for 2/1, which is eh. 3 and tap, 2 damage to a creature, which is not bad. Again, this is the sort of thing where, Basilisk Collar and it starts getting silly. But at that point, if you're doing Basilisk Collar, why would you not just run Prodigal Pyromancer instead? Or a similar effect. Which can also hit players, planeswalkers, etc., etc. Or you can channel it for 4 damage to a creature. AO type land ID equal red channel. Tokens on Crucible of Defiance makes 2 tokens. Is it the white one that does damage? It's the white one that does 4 damage. Okay. I might be okay with this as 4 damage to a creature that's hard to counter. I'm less thrilled with it being a pinger. Annabelle Shaman. There you are. And then, oh yeah. Chain Flinger. I prefer Goblin Artillery. Awkward. Orcish Artillery, same problem. Orcish Cannoneers, same problem. Quicksmith Rebel. Target artifact you control gains. Oh, that's adorable. The funny thing about Goblin Artillery, etc., is if you turn around and put, say, and I know I go this well a lot, but in this case, it's not for the usual. You know what? Let me pull that document up. You. Nope, nope. Nope. That. Docs. Open link in new tab. This. There we go. All right. Pulling this back up. So, cards that refer to a given creature type also affect anything with Changeling, as I keep mentioning in many of these. With ancient cards, this is most commonly relevant when looking at cards that affect walls. When I say ancient, we're talking quite commonly stuff that is at least pre-modern, and quite possibly you might be looking even at like old school specifically. Because a lot of cards that are that old, and I'm not saying only, you know, you should only be worrying about cards that are in those formats. I'm saying cards that are in those formats are going to be, like, cards that exist in those formats are going to be the more likely cards that are relevant when you're looking at something like this. In other words, it's primarily like cards that reference walls specifically. You're largely going to be looking at stuff that existed before the start of modern, i.e., the start of 8th edition, like stuff that's older than 8th edition or the first trip to Mirrodin. Somewhere back then is where you're going to find most of the cards that actually care about walls. And out of that, it's primarily going to be the incredibly old cards. The stuff that's in like the first 5 years of the game, sort of thing, is where you're going to find the majority of the cards that will care about walls. You'll find some later. But for example, once they decided upon the keyword defender, having the creature type wall was a much less relevant thing. And that was around the time of 8th edition that they decided to make that distinction. So, if it says, destroy target wall, well, now wall is only a creature type, whereas back in the day, it was a creature type that had rules attached to it. So now destroy target wall also now means destroy target changeling. Quote, I tend to use certain cards for shortcuts because they do a specific thing I'm looking for. Some examples. Akroma's Memorial constantly gives, because of how many abilities it gives, when I suddenly need a card in my head that does a certain thing, it's quite often Akroma's Memorial. This is more true when I'm looking for an effect that's outside what a color is known for. For example, if I want to give all my creatures flying and I'm in green, green tends to be the most likely to not want flying creatures around. It is very anti-flying in general. It tends to get flying creatures when there's, everybody gets them because some reason. For example, during Neon Dynasty, every color got a dragon. Well, every color also includes green, so green had to get a dragon. Same with when we hit Tarkir, whether you're looking at, the original trip during Khans of Tarkir, Fate Reforged, Dragons of Tarkir, or when we returned during Tarkir Dragonstorm. Got dragon, green has to get a dragon. Usually it's only during during times like this, or again, some incredibly ancient cards like Scrib Sprites, or references to ancient cards like Scrib Ranger. Good lord. Scrib Sprites, Cockatrice, Birds of Paradise, and then some and occasionally the the occasional odd version thereof. And very occasionally it'll get another one because it makes flavor sense. Hornet Queen being the best example here. But apart from stuff like that, green rarely actually gets flying creatures. They get ginormous ground pounders. Trample is a huge deal. But they don't often get big creatures that, they don't often get flying creatures. So if I'm building a green deck and I want to give my creatures flying, like let's say I'm building elves, and I suddenly want to give them flying. Here's Akroma's Memorial. You'll give all my creatures flying. Okay. Eldrazi Monument. Uh, More likely to pop up than Akroma's Memorial. Realistically speaking, because it grants indestructible. And an indestructible is it's an ability that comes up to certain colors occasionally, but it's not even something that you see all the time. Indestructible, um, like white and black will occasionally get them, but even so, it's not like you'll see, three commons in the same set that have indestructible sort of thing. It's a higher rarity thing, or it's, you know, it has to have a specific reason to being there. Um, and it's quite often a until end of turn thing. And Eldrazi Monument, giving our creatures indestructible, is kind of good. So, especially if I'm looking at a color that doesn't commonly get it, like blue, hey, if I got some kind of token generation, cool. Or if I got creatures that don't mind dying, cool. Um, Chain of Reaction, Star of Extinction, or Blasphemous Act. Star of Extinction, I think, is the more common one that I end up going to. As a board wipe that deals damage to all creatures. Compare this to, because normally when people are talking about board wipes in general, they're referring to cards like Wrath of God that say destroy all creatures, or, exile all creatures, or something like that. Whereas these three specifically deal damage to creatures. And that is something you can get around if you've got, indestructible or protection from red. So if you're writing Akroma's Memorial or Eldrazi Monument, you don't have to worry. Lure was the first card that actually basically said anything that can block this has to. Bassus Color, realistically, Bassus Color most likely is there, being mentioned because it gives Death Touch. There are other ways to give Death Touch. Oh my god, I still remember the one time I heard, uh, Richard Garfield being, I'm going to say interviewed. I'm not sure that's the quite quite the right word for what I'm thinking of. But there was I think it was a podcast where they had him on, and they had him looking at some of the newer cards. Some of that, because he had been working quite a bit on Magic in the early days. And then other people started taking over the design and development and so on and so forth. And so he'd be, you know, helping out occasionally. He would work on the occasional set, but he wouldn't be as deep in the weeds as he had been in the beginning. And hearing him refer to Death Touch, uh, just the way it came out, like sticks in my head. Not necessarily a bad thing, but just the way he broke it down into like the two words. You could tell that pause in between. It's, I'll have to find it again sometime. Because it was a lot of cards that um it's like, how do you feel about this version of this ability and whatever? It's like he was seeing it as like the old Thicka ability, which is similar. And that's how he thinks of it. Is like it's a thicket basilisk kind of ability. But thicket basilisk does work differently because thicket basilisk and cockatrices and creatures like that only cared about like combat stuff. Let me pull this back up for a sec. Whenever this blocks or becomes blocked by a non-wild creature, again, here's this thing about walls, changelings will bypass this ability because they are walls, amongst other things. Destroy that creature at the end of combat. So this just has to go up against the creature, and it goes, by the way, you're being turned to stone at the end of turn. You're at the end of combat. Wait, what? Yeah. How's the wording I'm used to seeing? Any non-wall creature blocking basilisk is destroyed, as is any creature blocked by basilisk. Creatures destroyed this way deal their damage before dying. So they do get to deal their combat damage. But because the way rules work during the way words, because of the way the rules work these days, they're like combat breaks down into 5 steps. Beginning of combat, declare attackers, declare blockers, combat damage, end of combat. Well, if they get to deal their damage in combat, then the only time that's left during combat to blow them up is at the end of combat. That's the only time to do it. So, to take what it said on the card and put in a way that makes sense with the modern rules, that's when you have to do it. Anywho, we'll point out if you do play with Goblin Bank Chuckers, if you play with something like a Chroma's Memorial, this will deal 2 damage to any target or deal no damage because it'll try to deal 2 damage to itself and fail. Well, the 2 damage will be prevented because of Chroma's Memorial. So Goblin Bank Chuckers will... I would rather have a Goblin Artillery, Orcish Artillery, Orcish Cannoneers, one of those 3, in combination with like a Basilisk Collar. Man, are we getting off on a tangent. I would rather have one of those 3. And I'm not spending, like, yeah, here's an equipment or whatever. And to be fair, in this context, it's there to gain life. Oh yeah, where did I leave off? Oh yeah, Mirror Entity for a creature that has or can grant all creature types. Desert Twister or Vindicate to destroy any permanent. Depends on what color scheme I'm in largely. If my brain's in green, I'm going Desert Twister. If my brain is elsewhere, I could bring up either, but I may bring up Vindicate first. And Mycosynth's Lattice to make everything artifacts. There are a couple other cards that do it. Mycosynth's Lattice is just the one that everybody knows. Anyway, yeah, Ghostlit Raider. Honestly, if I'm planning on playing this to be, 4 damage to any target, or 4 damage to target creature, like, Magic Missile. For 1 less mana, I get 1 less damage, but it's that 3 damage, can't be countered specifically. So not even an effect like Tail's End, for example. You know, one of the few cards that can actually counter specifically an activate ability or disallow counter target spell, activate ability, or triggered ability. This could counter either. However, Magic Missile says it can't be countered. And I can take the 3 damage and split it up if I want. A tried and true favorite of many wizards, whatever their school. Yep, it is when you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, which is what this particular set is based on. Uh, first level wizard, regardless of the version of the game, it's like Charm Person and Magic Missile are almost always like 2 of the first spells that you pick up, regardless of whether you decide to specialize or not. You will try to get your hands on those 2 spells. First level wizard, I've only got access to a couple of spells because whatever. First edition, I'm going to try for Magic Missile and Charm Person. Oh, and Sleep. Those are like the big 3 at first level that you're going to want. Yeah, Ghostlit Raider. No, just I I would just pass on it. I don't think it does enough. And I'm so far seeing I'm seeing the 2 spirits and the feral lightning being further down. Now that's me. God damn it. Here I go again. Now, Ronin Cave Keeper. This is a 4-3 with Bushido 2 for 6 mana. Keep in mind, Bushido basically is, because it's Bushido 2, if it's in combat with another creature, and keep in mind, fight does not count. This gets +2/+2 till end of turn. So, once combat hits, this is now being treated like a 6/5 for 6 mana. Or you could just straight up have a 6/5 for 6 mana with some abilities. Whenever this creature blocks or becomes blocked. Nope. It's only going to get the ability once per combat. If you can throw some kind of lure ability on this and give it multiple combat phases, it's going to keep getting blocked and keep getting blocked and keep getting blocked. Maybe lure's the wrong ability. Provoke? Provoke might be a better option. Force a creature to be able to block this turn. I'll force your like 3/3 indestructible. Keep blocking. Okay, keep blocking, keep blocking, keep blocking. Now this thing ends up being like, a 30 power eventually. And now you go, oh, by the way, I'm going to get this trample now. And kill you. Yeah. So that is a way to do it. But realistically, unless you've got something special going on, I think Lovisa would work well with this. Each creature that's a barbarian, warrior, or berserker gets +2 and +2 and has haste. So this would make this a 6/5 haste. What is she, a 5-drop? She's a 5-drop. She's a 5-drop. This is a 6-drop, which might come down like 2 turns later. Each creature that's a barbarian, a warrior, or a berserker. She's only a human. Wait, what? Why does she no longer have the Lord type? Unless they got rid of Lord. Oh. That being said, if you equip her with, I don't know, whatchamacallit, Rune Stalactite, she will suddenly get +3/+3 because she will then have all creature types, which means she's also then a barbarian, a warrior, and a berserker. You only get it once, you don't get it for all three. But that would be +2/+2 and haste from that, plus the fact that the Rune Stalactite also gives +1/+1 on its own. So that would be, 3, here's the equipment, by the way, here. Now you're a 5/5 haste. This is a human samurai. Oh, you're a human samurai. Oh, you wouldn't get it either. Oh. That's not gonna work. Damn it. Damn it, that sucks. Oh, this sucks. This really, really sucks. Yeah. Something that goes back like decades. Uh, yeah, when I say decades, I mean before magic existed. Anyway. Yeah, yeah, so you do not pump Ronin Cavekeeper. That's annoying. So, yeah. You need to find a lord for samurai. Oh, it's son of a biscuit. Tax 1. Call to Glory. uh, yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm really not seeing it. I'm seeing it. You'd end up having to play at least Boros to make it worthwhile. You know, if you want to play like Boros Samurai, but a lot of the Samurai want you to be attacking, like a lot of the cards that care about Samurai these days want you to be attacking alone with it. And a lot of the cards that I'm seeing are also like this would bring the card up to like on par with like a vanilla creature that's this plus Bushido, i.e. a 6/5. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Second's on Spellblade. Oh, yeah. So 5 mana for a 2/3 with Bushido 1. So again, in combat, this is, you know, a 3/4. But 2 mana to give it fire breathing based on your hand size. Again, if you've got 3 cards in hand, 2 mana, this gets +3/+0 till end of turn. Even if you've only got 2 cards in hand, 2 mana give +2/+0 till end of turn is not unreasonable. But if you do this with 3 cards in hand, 2 mana to give +3/+0 is pretty good. But you've cast a 5-drop, so you should be able to activate this at least twice. So you activate it twice, and now it gets +6/+0 till end of turn. And so now you've got an 8/3 Bushido 1. Yeah, yeah, I would say seems good. This I can definitely see playing. Again, we're looking at common. There's a reason it's 12 cents. That is, that I would say is a very good card. Rally the Horde, exile top of your library. Exile top card of your library, exile top card of your library, exile top card of your library. If the last card exiled is not a land card, repeat this process until the last card removed is a land. Create a 1/1 red warrior creature token for each non-land card revealed this or exiled this way. Okay, so exile top 3. So you could exile the top 3 cards, and they are, if the last card exiled is not a land. So if the top 3 cards are all lands, Mixed Blessing, you paid 6 mana, you've just exiled 3 lands. That's probably a benefit. That's probably a thing that you want to happen. Wow, I just realized it is almost 11:30 and I'm still on red. Ugh. Okay, I'm going to have to fast forward through this. However, every time that you're like, so you're always exiling in chunks of 3. 1, 2, flip over the third is probably the way I would do it initially. 1, 2, flip over the third. 1, 2, flip over the third. 1, 2, flip over the third. Oh, okay, it's a land. Now I'll take a look at everything else and go, I've exiled 7 non-lands. Okay, well, I really could have used that, but and you make a bunch of 1/1 tokens. I you can make a bunch of tokens off of this. I'm not sure I would do it this way. It's got potential, and note that they are warriors, but they're not humans, they're not elephants, they're not beasts, they're not that. They are warriors. That's it. So, eh, not sure how I feel about that. Path of Anger's Flame. 3 mana creatures you control +2/+0 till end of turn. It's fine. It is your typical instant. Give my creatures a power boost. This is about the right size and the right size for the mana value. Often they get some kind of bonus in addition to this, so it's not just +2/+0. Sometimes it's +2/+1. Sometimes it's +2 and first strike. Sometimes this that, and sometimes it's just straight up +2/+0. And if you're looking at commons, this is probably your starting point. Into the fray. Target creature attacks this turn of Fable. Eh. I I I really don't see it. That's probably a me thing, but I really don't see it. I'm gonna have to fast forward through green. Okay, now Night Watch, 5 mana for a 4/3. As long as you've got more hands than anybody else, this is a 7/6. Not terrible. Um, I mana value equals 5, mana 4, ID equal green, power greater than 4. You can get to a 5/5. You can get a combined parent toughness of 10. So 7 and 3 is 10. Yeah. Okay. So you can either do this and assume half the time it's going to be one and half the time it's the other, and end up with a 4/3 or a 7/6. So 7 power plus toughness versus 13 power plus toughness, which averages to 10. Or save worrying about it and go Clossipede is a 5/5, Grizzled Outrider is a 5/5, Garrick Scorehorn is a 7/3, or go slightly less and go Feral Crew Shock, Spinedworm, Panther Warriors add up to 9. I would probably play. Yeah, I would pretty much play all those before I ran the Night Watch. It doesn't mean this is bad. Maybe if I'm going like a green based like monk tribal deck, I might look at it, but I would generally pass. Fiddlehead Kami made more sense when regeneration was more common, but actually nowadays probably makes more sense that it first appears because more people are going to be running cards like Day of Judgment over Wrath of God because regeneration is so rare that it's like, why would you bother about that extra line of text? If you've got enough spirit/arcane spells, and I presume spirit spells realistically, this is going to do more than it looks. It's going to be free regeneration on it. Uh, yeah, go Slit Nourisher. every ghost lit card does something about the number 2 by looks of things. The white one gained 2 life. The blue one countered unless they paid 2. The black one made the opponent discard 2, which is probably realistically the strongest. The red one 2 damage. The green one +2/+2, which is actually pretty good. In a pinch, it can block as a 4/3. That being said, I would rather pitch this for +4/+4, which sounds kind of bad, but having a random extra +4/+4 out of nowhere is huge. This I see as destroy target creature. You know, this is strong enough to be considered a removal spell. So if you look at it that way, like +3 plus basically giant growth and bigger, I start looking at as removal spells. Yeah, actually reasonable. Kami of the Tenant Garden. 4 mana for 4/4 with an upkeep of a green. Most people look at that and go, eh, but it has Soulshift of 3. And all you have to realize is that this means it has a built-in way of saying, you know what? I'm going to sacrifice this now. I'm going to not pay it because I want to get this back out of my graveyard. Pardon me. And suddenly, that's actually a lot better than it first appears. Most people wouldn't even give it a second glance or even a first glance because it's got an upkeep cost. But that upkeep cost triggers the Soulshift. Descent of Masumaru. Being of your upkeep, put a +1 counter for each card in your hand. Then remove a +1 counter from this for each card in the target opponent's hand. So, that sounds kind of silly. So, realistically, if you've got more cards in your hand than target opponent, this will keep +1 counters equal the difference. However, if you have an effect like doubling season. Sorry, sitting here trying to remember the name of the card. I hate myself for this. That puts twice as many counters on. Then, if you've got 5 cards in hand, on your next upkeep, this is going to get 10 +1/+1 counters. Even if your opponent's got 7, it's going to keep 3. The more ways you have of giving, creatures, not enchanted creature, but just creatures, extra counters, the sillier this thing becomes. So, yeah, consider that for, if you're building a deck that's built around counters, yeah, feel free. I have 4 cards in hand. Okay, this is going to get 8 +1/+1 counters. Do you have 8 cards in hand? No. And because it's target opponent, all you have to do is take a look who's got the least, who's got the least number of cards in hand and who's likely to be able to draw the least number of cards. You probably don't want to target the blue player, but maybe target the white or the red player because they cannot really draw cards at instant speed very easily. They can't really easily get ahead in cards. Black can get ahead by a couple of cards. Blue, not a problem. Green, I would assume more sorcery speed for them. because they're commonly attached to creatures or whatever. God, I apologize for this for this snorting sound. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have something to help clear this up before I go to bed. But yeah, uh, you have somebody that's playing, red and or white and not one of the other colors, especially not green, or sorry, and they're especially not playing black and they're especially not playing blue. Target them. They're going to be the least likely to actually gain a bunch of cards at instant speed and suddenly make a mess of things. And then go, hey, by the way, hey, by the way, hey, by the way, and have fun with that. Knights of Okami. This is basically, um, uh, what were you called? Crawworm was Soulshift to 5, which suddenly makes this so much better. Like being a 6/4 for 6 is not a bad bargain. It's not great these days because now we got things like Colossal Dreadmaw. Yeah, thanks a lot, frickin' Carl from Card Market. I can't get hearing it that way specifically out of my head. um, which is a 6/6, like literally 6/6 trample for 6 for the same cost. And you can get better than that even. But I take a look at this and it's like, yeah, but when this dies, this gets something back. So it's a bit of, and Soulshift 5, that's a lot of options available. Like the number of spirits that are 5 or less that people would want to play. That's a lot of them, including like some combo pieces. So I would have no problem putting this in a deck as like a way to get back a combo piece like Vesperlark or Reveillark or something like that to help get back stuff. Uh, yeah, better than it appears on on the back of A, it's a decent sized body, and B, that Soulshift 5 can do so much work. Now, to be fair, first I would want a card like Genesis or Eternal Witness or something like that. But duplication of effect is never bad, and this will help get stuff back and this you've already paid the cost. You've already paid the cost for the Soulshift up front. You don't have to pay anything else. Unlike Genesis, which has to find its way to the graveyard first. So, not a terrible card, better than most people give it credit for. Dozon's Oldest Chant, 6 mana, sorcery, gain 6 life, draw a card. Eh? If you figure Nourish was 2 green to gain 6 life at instant speed, as a sorcery, it would have been like probably green plus 1. So you're paying 3 mana to draw a card, which, to be fair, attached to a green card is not completely unreasonable, at least at that point. But it just seems. Green has such easier ways to draw cards nowadays. I'd probably pass on this. But if I'm looking, do you know where the scary part of doing this is? Throwing this Panoptic Mirror, which, to be fair, it is a game changer. But you you pay 5 and exile it. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, you can copy it and pay and then get the copy. So on your upkeep, once you've paid 5 to cast and 5 to exile this, every upkeep you gain 6 life and draw a card. That's not silly in the slightest. But that's probably the best way to use it. Probably would not bother otherwise. Matsu Tribe Stalker. 4 mana for a 2/2 with reach. Sorry, 4 mana for a 2/2 with activated reach. So keep in mind that we would be comparing this based strictly on that. Wow. To Giant Spider, which is green +3 for a 2/4 with reach. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a creature, tap that creature and it doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Like, this is a great ability. Like, if this was a 2/4, this would survive this bit a lot easier. As is, you're looking at something that would probably be able to do it once, maybe twice, and then that's it. I will point out that creatures with flying tend to be a little smaller than creatures without flying at the same cost. So you would have, say, a 2/2 ground creature versus a 1/1 flyer, give or take, for about the same cost, but you don't lose a lot. You might lose like +1/+1 sort of thing. So, I mean, am I playing Snake Tribal? Am I playing Archer Tribal? If I'm doing either of those and I'm in green, I may be looking at this, but otherwise, no. Just there's easier ways to pull off shenanigans like that. Stampeding Sorrow. Similar comments to what we said earlier about the Eigenjo. Oh, what do you call it? Eigenjo Free Riders. Similar comments apply here. 4 mana for a 5/4 trample. Beginning of your upkeep, return a green creature you control to owner's hand. Here's the fun thing. Green has got a easier time of randomly spitting out tokens in my opinion, than even white does. I mean, like, as an example, for what I was mentioning just earlier tonight, Hornet Queen, 7 mana for a 2/2 Flying Death Touch, comes into play with 4 more Flying Death Touchers. Sure, it may take a while, but if I'm replaying that every turn, I've got a 5/4 and 4/1/1 Flying Death Touchers that are coming into play every turn. And my 5/4's got trampled, by the way. Yeah. I can, or I've got creatures that come into play and give a size boost, or I've got creatures that come into play and naturalize, or Bramble Crush, or more. Oh yeah, Acidic Slime. Tell me Acidic Slime wouldn't be. When it enters, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or land. That was Creeping Mold, wasn't it? Artifact, enchantment, or land. Artifact, enchantment, or land. Yeah, so you're paying one more mana over Creeping Mold and getting a 2/2 Death Touch on top of that. Tell me that's not silly being able to replay that over and over and over again. Creatures with come into play abilities of fetching lands. Um, Farhaven Elf. That's what I was thinking. When it enters, search for land, put in battlefield taps, and shuffle. Um, sort by color, because green is going to do what I'm looking for specifically. What else? Same idea. Search for a forest, then put on the battlefield and shuffle, etc., etc. You know, you run those and just pull all your lands out of your deck and just shrug. So yeah, Stampeding Throw, and that's not even counting like combo shenanigans that you can pull off of that. Promise Kanushi, you put this in your deck because it's got Soulshift at 7. Here's the funny thing though. It is a it's a 1 mana druid. It's a 1 mana 1/1 human druid, which in and of itself is not terra bad. If you've got any use for it being a druid or having Soulshift, I should say. Details. Type. Have I got any spirits in this deck whatsoever? Sadly, no. Anything with all creature types? No. Alright. Promise Kanushi, I may have to look into finding a way to throw some kind of spirits or spirits in my deck and go from there. But yeah, not terrible. Dense Canopy. You want to muck around with green having flying creatures? Creatures with flying can only block creatures with flying. I.e., creatures with flying cannot block ground creatures. What? Yeah. Dense Canopy is going to ruin so much combat capability because your ground creatures are going to get through. You have too much forest cover. They can't see you. They can't tell where you are. They have to basically burn down the forest. Enjoy. Dense Canopy. Play it. You're playing green. You want to screw over combat? Play Dense Canopy. Baronet Kami. 5 mana for a 3/3 whenever you play a Spirit or Arcane spell. Put +1 counter on target creature. You don't need to run enough spirits or arcanes to make this worthwhile. I would say if you've got a dozen, that's probably plenty. You don't need a lot, you need some. Anami is one. The only uh the only multicolored card in the set. Here's the problem. This is if you cast it from your hand. Using this as your commander, you haven't cast it from your hand, so you don't get the search unless you get it from your hand from the command zone into your hand somehow first. Maybe get into play and then bounce it back to your hand or something. Maybe get into play, sacrifice it. You're playing black and green. Getting it back from your graveyard in your hand shouldn't be too hard. When it enters, if cast from hand, search for a spirit card, put in play, then shuffle. When it dies, you may exile it. If you do, reanimate target spirit. This is where you want it. Exile it, send it. You go to exile it, send it back to the command zone as a replacement effect. And then reanimate something else. In a commander game, well, this casting from your command zone does not count. If it is in a game, you choose after it dies, but if you do exile it, you may put. Yep. So, does not count as casting from your hand if you're casting for the command zone. If Nami is your commander in a game of commander, you may choose to put the command zone after it dies, but if you do, you won't be able to exile it. So you have to let it die. You have to let it go hit the graveyard. At which point it says you may exile it. If you do exile it, you may put in the command zone from exile after resolving its ability. So, yeah. Play this basically as Reanimator. As Spirit Reanimator. Possibly find ways to get it into your hand and then get spirits out of your library that way. That might be harder. It's doable. Artifacts. Scroll of Origins. Pay 2. 2 tap, draw a card if you have 7 or more cards in hand. You can just simply go 2 tap and draw no cards if you don't have enough cards in hand. Sometimes you need to do that. It's it's rare that that's actually what you want to do, but it is an option. That being said, this is incredible. If you've already got a decent amount of cards in hand, like if your grip is already full, that's going to do a lot. Soratami Cloud Chariot. Pumpable Giving Flying. Uh, 2 : target creature can control gains flying till end of turn. Wow. Give all my things flying when I want them to have flying and not otherwise. Prevent all combat damage to be dealt to and by target creature you control this turn. So fog everything that has to do with this creature. Huh. I'm going to have to keep an eye out open on you. Actually. No, these give other things flying. This is only my stuff. Not for that deck, but maybe for another one. Ivory Crane Natsuke. Depending if your upkeep, if you've got a full grip, gain 4. Um, if you're constantly keeping your hand full for various reasons, again, this might be in a life gain deck of some description. Um, if you can keep your hand full, then that's more cards you can draw every turn with other effects. And, this means you can survive things like, 4 more turns with Phyrexian Arena in play, for example. Manriki Gosari. A creature has, sure, it basically gets, Holy Strength on it. This is about the right cost for that. And tap, destroy target equipment. Wow. Um, I want to make sure people forget this card so they don't use it against me when I play certain decks. I also might want to sneak it into 1 or 2 specific decks. Actually, I might throw Manriki Gosari into my mono brown control deck, just so I've got ways to deal with, Sword of X and Y and other such cards. Oh, yeah. That's going to be enough. Wine of Blood and Iron. This. Oh, sacrifice Wine of Blood and Iron until ended. Oh. You don't sacrifice the creature, you sacrifice the artifact. Cool. Where X is its power. The amount of mana that you can generate and just go, hey, by the way, all my creatures get really big. Well, how big? Well, as big as they already are. Like, if you've got a silly amount of mana and, I don't know, Crater Hoof is not enough, but the abilities are going to help a lot, plump, thunk. Blood Clock. Depending on each player's upkeep, they return a permanent they control to owner's hand unless they pay 2 life. Interesting. If you're looking for ways to return stuff to hand in a color that doesn't do it very easily, for example, black, as in from the battlefield back to hand. Yeah, Blood Clock. Okay. And it returns a permanent. So you can bounce a land back. Oh. Oh, that's funny. Bounce a land back every turn, trigger landfall, shenanigans, etc. Yeah. Ashes of the Fallen. The big reason for cards like for things like Ashes of the Fallen, creature cards in the graveyard have the chosen creature type. You want that for effects like what's his name? Hakan, Stronghold Scourge. That allows you to, I believe you can cast. God, Scourge. You can cast night spells from your graveyard. Yes. Oh, cool. Retro style foil. That's hilarious. Yeah, so you do this, you name night, and then suddenly you can cast all the creatures that are in your graveyard for that. That's funny. Ebony Owl Netsuke. Um, at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if they've got a full grip, they take 4. There's a reason why this was a big deal during Standard when they finally got um, original Mirrodin block kicked out. There was a deck called Owling Mine. based around Ebony L Netsuke to make people take more damage, and then Howling Mine at the beginning of each player's draw step. That player draws an additional card. Well, not an additional card, but it says they draw a card. So you're drawing a card in addition to the one you get for your draw step. So find a way to keep their hand full so they keep getting burned so their face keeps getting burned off. And 4 damage is going to add up. Naginata +3/+0 in trample can only be equipped to a creature that's sufficiently large. It'll get there eventually. Yeah. It's fine. There's easier ways to give trample. 3 to cast, 3 to equip, 1 to cast, 2 to equip. So basically half the cost. +3/+0 trample lifelink. And of course, all the memes about a Birds of Paradise carrying Loxodon Warhammer. Lol. And then Pithing Needle. Comes down to play, you choose a card. If it's got a mana ability, i.e. an ability that generates mana, that can't be stopped, but anything else that's an activated ability can. So, Polluted Mire, it can tap for black, but cycling is an activated ability, and activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated. It doesn't have to be something that's in your hand, in play. It can be something that's in your hand. Oh, that looks cool. Sorry, distracted. Yeah. Reason Pithing Needle sees as much play in many formats as it does, it stops a lot. And then the last one. Tomb of Urami. Taps for black, 1 damage to you if you don't control an ogre. Could be a thing that you care about. Pay 4 mana, tap and sack all lands you control. Get a 5/5 flyer. If you want a... I mean, to be fair, if you want... There's 2 ways to go about this. One is having, your lands able to get replayed via an effect like Crucible of Worlds or similar. I'm assuming you're looking at the last ability here. B, not care and just go, I'll deal with it, and you get a 5/5 flare that's you get a 5/5 flyer that sure costs you all your lands, but you do that after you've tapped out for the turn, and you have enough other stuff to deal with. And besides, you're playing black, you should have enough ways to generate mana. And then, of course, there's this top ability. Deals 1 damage to you if you don't control an ogre. Chances are you don't control an ogre, so chances are this is going to ping you for damage. Again, if you care about reducing your own life total, that might be a thing you want. Mirren the Moaning Well. You want to play a card. You want to play a you want to play aristocrats in a color scheme, in a color scheme not known for an aristocrat style. gives you a sack outlet that you can throw into any deck. Plus, the usual shenanigans with, how much life do I want to gain, etc., etc. A card like this, you're probably putting in a deck that has... Those look like Eldrazi in the background. I hope that's just me. how much life do I want to gain? Well, this is going to gain you, reasonably speaking, if you're looking at playing based on this ability, you're probably gaining at least 4 life. So keep that in consideration. What kind of deck this is going into. Oboro. Can I play multiple lands a turn? Cool. I'll replay Oboro many times. Also saves itself from, land destruction and a bunch of other things. Which one are you? Buckleberry Fairy. Interesting. And Mikokoro, Center of the Sea, the most popular land in the set. And let's see here, 282, almost 20 bucks, over 20 bucks, around the 4 to 6 range. Tap for colors, pay 2 tap hit, each player draws a card. I mean, a few decks are going to want you. Where do I want you, or do I need you specifically? I do not remember thus far. Do not currently need you. However, would not be surprised if at some point I do. Anyway, that is it for tonight. Yeah, it's been a little later than I expected, but not too terrible. I should run off. It is well past midnight. Well, I shouldn't say well past, but it is past midnight here. I will see you guys next week. Pasta la pizza, everyone. Adios, amigos. So long, thanks for other fish and all that jazz.